started. Oh boy, where to even start? Where we last left off, your group took on the open challenge of getting through Cadric's Wizard Tower, um, breezing past a number of puzzles and challenges along the way. Um, you did quite well and made it through in about a few hours. Got to the end stage, which was the roof of his offshore tower, and solved his puzzle in one go. Um, Doing so summoned Cadric, a bit befuddled that someone managed to um, start and complete his series of puzzles so quickly. And in doing so, he pondered the idea out loud of just wiping you all off the face of the earth so that he could save himself the embarrassment, maybe shore up his puzzle rooms a little more. Um, at which point, Cass decided to jump through the portal that he created back to his home, and Varric decided to initiate a combat encounter with said wizard. Um, this led to a delayed detonation of a delayed blast fireball that did not wipe out the party. Um, the party survived. Cass did his thing and talked through some of the options with Cadric and ultimately convinced him that the best move was to honor his word. He gave him the deck, and Cass moved on. Alara was severely injured after
Trying to fly.
yeah, we'll say after using a magical ability in a situation that she had not used it before, and I would say misjudging um, uh, the boundaries of that magical effect.
Can I ask for clarification moving forward? If we jump off a 30-foot tall building and use Misty Step, do we take damage?
No.
Okay, so it's a 30-foot negation. Okay.
Yeah, so I rolled for 120 feet of damage.
Okay.
So I removed 30 feet of damage, to my credit.
Fair.
So I know I'm like the big bad DM, but fair is fair.
I want to
No,
know how tall a
didn't
building
know
I can jump off
the
of.
limits of what it did. Like I said, I thought it was a ghetto feather fall, and it was not.
It is a ghetto feather fall if you're 30 feet up.
30.
Yeah,
It's
right.
a ghetto feather fall. Or if you're 40 feet up, you might take 10 points of damage. It sounds like a ghetto feather fall to me.
Question.
Great.
So I forgot the one cool thing that makes it even cooler than everything else. Cooler than Misty Step is
Right.
it gives me resistance to damage. Would that have helped at all? Probably not.
It gives you resistance to damage.
Yep. Until the start of my next turn.
Does it give you resistance to fall damage?
It's damage.
It says resistance to all damage.
Yep.
It still would have brought you down to 0.
Yeah. That's why I was just I knew it wouldn't. I was just curious.
Yeah, I mean that would have been a good thing to remember if it would have outright killed you, because the way it was rolled, you were 10 hit points away from a total death. So
Yeah.
good to know.
I was really fucked up.
Yeah, it's not helpful the session after, but
No,
yeah, from now on. Yeah.
Now I know.
That being said, you do have a cool
you took, yeah.
now.
So you took Alara to a chop doc who basically had to remove her ruined extremity, splint her other leg, and replace her now bad leg with a prosthetic, a clockwork prosthetic. So as we start, we're going to go into kind of a free-form period of downtime here. We'll say at this point, Autoluke would have been alerted to at least your resurgence, and he will seek you out at the chop shop. Alara, you are going to be recovering. So as we start, it's going to be the day after said event. So Alara, you are awake, and with it, you're just now starting to get on your feet.
Foot.
So we'll start with you, actually. So I'd like to say, who's here with her, if anybody?
Could I
I would
ask
just
if I
stuck
should have
around.
said Chop Shop Man before we left?
You could. We'll get to that
Okay. Yeah.
in a little bit. Who's going to be here with a
This is right after we, or this is.
She's had a night to rest.
Oh, okay. I'd be here.
Yeah, in the morning I'll be there.
A day later, yeah.
Okay. So with that, Alara, you come to, you awake to a bit of sun shining through some a brick building with some kind of paned windows. You kind of hear the hustle and bustle of Karsus Folly. You remember everything that happened, and you don't feel the excruciating pain that you did when you passed out. In fact, you don't feel much of anything at all. And you immediately, kind of remembering what happened, kind of remove a blanket and look down. And basically what you see is this, like, partially hollow, like at the thigh, clockwork extremity that's just got all these gears and struts, and it almost like spirals down. In a way, it almost matches the anatomy of how the curvature of what a thigh would look like, other than it just being hollow and metal. As it goes down into the lower leg, you see whether your friends or the artificer has took it upon themselves to put your boot on, so you don't quite see what it looks like down there.
So she'd see this, and I started crying immediately, knowing how close she came to death and how she lost something. Is anybody in the room with me?
It sounds like everybody is.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking.
Oh, our little birdie's awake, finally. I'm sure if you jumped off a tower, Alara, it was for good reason.
Such a stupid move.
I'm sorry I couldn't act faster to help you. I should have... I don't know. I wish I... Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I overestimated the extent of the magic I've been given, and this is punishment for it. I appreciate you all getting me here to save my life, and I'm the one that's supposed to be keeping an eye on all of you.
Keep an eye on each other.
Yeah, it's not entirely a one-way street. We watch each other's backs.
I appreciate that. Next time I will not be so reckless.
I give a little stinky side eye to Varric, but I don't say anything. So how do you feel? I mean, it's weird to think, but all the different faces, but they all have the same limbs.
Yeah. I tried moving my leg. Does it feel weird? Like, do I still have the ghost feeling of like wiggling my toes, but they're not there?
Fine motor you don't have. Like, you can move at the hip, at the knee, and at the ankle.
Okay.
I mean,
It's gonna take some getting
It's
used
kind of
to.
the only places you can move your leg.
I say I appreciate you guys
Toes.
finding something.
Well, it's
Toes and a
there's no
foot.
toe.
Toes.
It's like a permanent shoe.
Yeah.
Oh.
And there's also, you can only flex everything pretty much in one direction.
Yeah.
So there's like only one axis that you can move things on, and
Yep.
you don't. It's not something you really think about, but it just feels like, I mean, without a better way to put it, it feels robotic and stiff. Like there's certain movements you can't quite do.
Well, I guess this takes me off the table for being the best athlete in our group.
You hear
It was a
a
tough
voice.
running.
You hear a voice from the back of the room as there's kind of a clutter, and you hear this. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. And stepping out, you see a very thick, red-bearded dwarf. He just goes, "Well, everybody, sorry about the my intrusion, but I heard you stirring awake, and well, I helped the boss out here with some of the rehab. My name's Cutter. Sorry about the moniker, but it's unrelated.
Sure.
But I helped out with the application and the invention of your new leg. So you want to take her out for a spin?
Yes, I wanted to first thank you, Cutter. My name's Alara. And I go to shake his hand.
Yep. Shakes your hand and says, it's no problem, as I take payment in gold, not thanks, and your friends were more than generous already."
Did
Nonetheless,
we?
Yeah, how
Did
much
we ever
did we
decide
spend
how
exactly?
much it was? Yeah.
'cause I would have 1,000 towards it.
It was over 4,000.
Holy
Is what I
shit.
remember.
I think we have 4,100 if that's everybody's everything. Because I only have
I
100
remember
gold.
you guys pouring everything into it.
Okay, okay. I'm big hit.
Going once, going
Bye.
twice.
No, that.
Yep.
Buy gold.
I mean, I give my 100 gold, but that's not what really matters.
With that, he just goes, now, I was pretty pleased with the outcome of this, and as I'm sure you noticed, perfectly proportional. You know, it's a little fun fact. A lot of people actually have one leg that's slightly longer than the other. That is not the case for you.
Well, thank you for your correct measurements, I guess. And your accuracy.
Yeah, as we always say here, you measure twice, cut once.
And thank you. Yeah, let's give it a run. See how I do.
Easy
with
now. Now, give me an athletic check.
it. Okay.
Heavy dice.
16 flat.
16. So you watch Alara take off. You don't really notice any difference in her move. It's a little bit lopsided, and it's weird. It looks like her clockwork leg is actually like her strong leg. Like her when she's running or dashing, her gait is literally like, it's like her bounds are uneven, and it's a little awkward and off balance. And mechanically, here's what happens: your walking speed is now 25 feet instead of 30.
All right.
Anytime you take a dash action, any target is going to have advantage on attack rolls against you.
Okay.
However, you now have a jump metric of 15 feet. So you can make a 15-foot vertical.
Shit.
Damn.
And the fall damage that you take is going to be reduced by 10 feet.
Oh.
It can drop 10 feet, no check, no damage, and 20 feet would count as 10 for you.
Okay.
What's her long jump distance?
Long jump is going to be, I mean, we'll just say what's your strength score? 0.
0. Yeah.
So long jump is going to be,
Let's see, I think it tells you exactly.
yeah, how does long jump work? I think it's just
Long
your strength
because
score.
you have to go 10 feet, I think, to.
Yeah, it depends on if you're jumping from standing versus jumping from running.
Yeah.
And you said my standing jump is what now?
Oh, it's equal to your strength score.
15
Okay.
feet for a standing jump.
Okay, cool. Very useful. All right. This is incredible work, worth every penny, if I don't say so myself.
It's a lot of pennies.
Yes. Um,
Well, if you require any further modifications, or if any other you are looking for a little upgrade, you know where to find us.
Do you have like repair instructions or parts or like what if it's
Um,
damaged?
I mean, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
I'm persuasive as hell nowadays. Oh my god. That was a nat 20, which is a
Oh,
29.
jeez.
I don't know
Jesus.
when I became so persuasive.
He looks at you
God
and
damn.
just goes, I'm sorry. Has anyone ever told you that you just have very kind eyes?
No, thank you. No one said that.
You've got a certain trustworthiness about you that I find rare in Carthage Folly.
Yeah, I don't know what to thank you. I'm not
Okay,
from here.
it's just a compliment, you know? Some people aren't good at taking compliments. Just roll around in it a little bit. It's okay, you know? Anyways, you asked about, repair. So what I'm supposed to tell you is, you're gonna want to head and go on and come back here for all your basic repairs. Now, between you and me, most of this could be done by someone with the basic tinker's tools, this sort of thing. If you got anyone with any expertise,
Oh,
um,
yeah.
yeah. So if you are they here, or is it you I'm talking to?
I mean, there's two of us. Yeah, there's me, and then there's the Moogie, who is maybe here. I don't know.
Well, I'll talk to you then. So basically, what you got here is you got your shock absorbers, okay? And these here, you just got to make sure they're clean, and he'll just go over like the different components of the leg, like basically the parts that are absolutely important, where like they might actually need to be replaced, versus like how to just tighten, keep things oiled and clean, and like basic stuff like that. So with that check, I'm gonna say your party in general, if you are available or if you pass on this information to Samugi, you're going to have advantage on any checks to repair Alara's leg. At worst, it might cost you some clockwork scrap.
Um, Alara, do you mind if I kind of like magic on your leg
Go
and
for
commune
it.
with it? And I just want to commune with it so that I know all of the parts, and
Yeah.
then I could repair it using magic too.
Yep. So as you commune with it, you know this piece of equipment inside and out. Not only could at any moment disassemble it entirely, which is a bit of a scary thought. Um, you could also reassemble it with a thought. You could even, in theory, change the makeup of it. And if you had the right tools and components, you could try to alter its function.
I know how to repair it if we need to repair it, Alara. I
That's good.
will not touch it without permission, I promise.
God, I can't wait for the PvP, the inevitable PvP. Quick and spell here, boom,
So great.
prone.
Now having a walking speed of 0, you crippled son of a bitch.
So, Carter,
Yep.
do people ever come in here without destroyed limbs to get,
Don't literally say no more all the time. In fact, and you watch as he like throws over a cloak that was like over his kind of shoulders, and you watch as out of his shoulder there is a brass appendage that's coming out of his shoulder, and he's got basically like a third robot arm that's coming out of like his like the back of his right shoulder.
Whoa.
Cool, isn't it?
Are you telling me I could get extra arms?
Yes.
Holy shit.
So you want to step in my office and talk details?
I mean, I'm gonna need a second to think about it, but do not forget me.
Listen, we've got a policy against upselling, but you look like the sort of guy that works in tight spaces. Sometimes things get a little dangerous. You know what I mean?
Oh
Like
yeah.
maybe maybe sometimes people take a hit. Maybe sometimes they take two. Maybe sometimes you have to dole them out. You know, it's self-defense. None of my business. You know, it's a crazy world out there, right?
Are you saying I could hit 4 times?
I mean, look, I'm not the expert at, but yes.
I will come back to see you.
Perfect. I mean, you can't ask for more, right? It's just a little bit of gold, no side effects. It's just a win-win, you know? Besides, believe it or not, ladies love it.
I mean, I don't doubt it.
Yeah. And he takes the thing and like throws it back over his shoulder, and you do notice like there's like a little bump. So you can, now that you know it's there, you can kind of like see it.
So, let's just say somebody got 2 more arms. Would that increase the amount of attacks they can make in a turn?
As a battle master, so as someone who's literally like your whole thing is being a skilled fighter and like mastering the use of your body and weapons, give me an insight check. I'll give you advantage on this.
$22.
So having, you get the sense these are not arms that he is like controlling on a second by second basis, where it's like connected to his brainstem, where he's like using this as like another appendage. And everything, you know, for every action there's a reaction, so everything that arm does is like counterbalanced by his own body weight. For you as a fighter, this is like, you could see this being useful if you did it in a really specific way. But it's not like, mechanically speaking, you would just double your attacks.
Okay.
Like, there would be downsides to having like a robot arm sticking out of your shoulder,
Oh, I was thinking more like 2
Your ribs.
like
under-
Borog style or whatever, like
Yeah.
like from Mortal Kombat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not quite gonna be that easy because it's also extra weight you're dealing with. Now, in all reality, probably what you would look at if this was a fighting thing is almost like a praying mantis style, like hook system that's coming off your body, where you'd like grab somebody and then you'd have like the hooks go into them, which is kind of what the Clockwork Trolls do. Again, you're getting into some really weird territory, and you're like literally like pondering like, what if I was to have robot arms that could like stab people? It's,
So I couldn't have like Cyberpunk 2027 like stabby like arms that open.
you probably could if you wanted them. So if you want to start lopping off appendages, this is the guy to talk to. But
Okay.
it's not just like a total like upgrade. There's going to be downsides to removing your anatomy for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, I assume.
Keep in mind, all this shit is made with brass and runs on like oil and steam. So
Okay.
And that we're poor.
Yes.
Well,
And we kind of
It is,
know that
it is
it's
immensely
linked
expensive.
to electricity and many other types of magic.
you
Not
guys
gonna
are all
lie
so
though, I
worried.
want a limb. I want an extra limb.
We are gonna get paid for delivering that deck though. We gotta do that.
Yeah, eventually we have to.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Unless you want to start pulling cards.
if it, well, let's,
You
yeah,
don't know.
let's decide that right now. A day has passed, so we've recovered, and I think I've identified this deck.
Deck of many things.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this would identify as a deck of many things, which as a bard you would know this is a kind of extremely powerful artifact that has potential for reality changing um, implications.
Is this like a one of a kind thing, or could a super powerful wizard make another one?
If someone's curious about that, you can make an Arcana check.
I'm gonna ask. Here, I'm gonna ask. This deck. What's it do?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't bring it up soon. The deck has a lot of ways to kill you, and it seems occasionally it can help you out with some really dangerous odds.
Is this like a one of a kind thing?
I mean, you know, you hear stories of foolish people who use a deck that does fabulous things, and there's many stories. I don't know if it's the same deck or if there's multiple of them. I I mean, listen, I can make magic rings. I don't think you'd have to be a pretty skilled enchanter, I think, to make this.
I was just wondering. Speaking of magic rings, do you know any other enchantments other than the water walking?
Yeah, I know a handful.
You know any that might be helpful for me?
You know, I have been thinking on something, and now that we are in this place of magic and wonder, we are broke, but if we can get some ingredients and stuff, we might be able to build. I would need your help, Sandara, I think.
What are you considering building?
Well, it's a bit old-fashioned, but you know, witches flying on brooms wasn't exactly just a fable, but that's pretty old school and just really not practical at all. You can fall off so easily. So,
You can make a broom that flies?
fairly easily, yes. Um,
I'd be interested in something like that.
but I'm thinking, what if we modernize it and your leg? I mean, that looked fantastic. So, you know, when I like lower my voice, not to like rip off this guy's idea or things, but like, what if we make some kind of like wings or something, a prosthetic like flight suit? I can
That'd be
also make a
amazing.
wingsuit, but that's kind of lame. People dive off cliffs and then they like fly and glide around. It's pretty dangerous, but
Sounds kind of useful.
have their uses.
I thought maybe something more like make me punch harder or something.
I mean, I like the wing idea. I think that's pretty cool.
Like a glider suit, I'm all for that.
Yeah, I think he's talking about propulsion.
I don't.
Like
Yeah,
take off from the ground.
something like that. I don't know about fuel, but something magical. But that's just something to think about. I don't have anything to make you do more damage. All my stuff is utility.
Non-combat related?
Yeah, utility shit.
I didn't know you had that kind of ability.
Yeah, well, I didn't do much in school, but having you know, some kind of apprenticeship with an enchanter was fairly useful.
Oh yeah, you weren't there when he made them, right?
Well, yeah, we had a whole lectern and everything
That's a
to
beautiful
enchant
lectern.
stuff with. It was beautiful.
We
It's on
stole
the
it.
That's
ship.
awesome.
Devastating.
Devastating.
As you're having this conversation, you hear a bit of a commotion outside as some of the workers are interacting with someone who's seemingly approached. And after a brief moment, you watch as Autoluke approaches. Um, you see that he's flanked by what looks like a floating uh, basket of just like food and a bunch of stuff. And as he shows up, he goes, "Why, hello, everyone. I heard that we had a little bit of a mishap, but yes, Miss Alara, nothing ventured, nothing gained, eh?
Yeah, I guess you could put it that way.
Very good, very good. And I see you've got a new clockwork leg now. That's awesome.
It's,
Thought about doing some body work myself, and well, I'm saving. I just don't know what to get. You know, I just want to get it right. If I do get something, it's a big commitment. So, still working on it.
You never have any money, oh Luke. How are you gonna get it done?
Well, spell ink is expensive. What can I say? And by
So,
spell ink, well, forget it.
do you know Cadric personally? Because he's kind of a jerk.
Yeah. Oh, Cadric. He was a bit, in, I guess you would say, like a class below me, from way back in the day. But he seems to be full of piss and vinegar now. He's got a tower on his own. Good for him. Super stoked about that for him. That's great. No, just heard, kind of wizardly sort of dude, kind of regular guy.
Well, why
But
don't
he gave you some trouble, did he?
That's,
he
I
was
think
going to
that's
rip us off,
a
apparently.
little bit of
I
an
mean, we solved all
understatement,
the
but
puzzles pretty easy.
A little bit of an understatement. He tried to kill us to back out of a deal. A little game you guys tend to play here, I guess.
Then he's a bit of a weasel then, is he?
kind of gives wizards a bad name, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I mean, most of the times I don't even like to consider myself a wizard, to be honest. Like, you know, I'm with you right there. You know, they're bastards.
Why don't you have a castle tower thing?
Oh, I did the whole tower thing, and it's just so, you know, I don't know. It's like, man, it's just I don't want to be tied down.
Can I make an
You know
insight
what?
check to see if he's on drugs?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Like natural 17, 21.
I mean, you almost hear him respond to that question being like, I never stopped. So, like, he's not any more on drugs now than it seems like he usually is,
Fair
but
enough.
he seems to have some kind of, like, stimulant on board right now, because he's just, like, kind of sweating a little bit. His eyes are huge. But he goes, but anyway, that's enough about me. You don't want to hear from, enough out of this old dog. I thought perhaps we could get a more comfortable place to kind of figure out what the next plan is. I presume you succeeded, because you said he tried to rip you off, and then you've killed him. Then?
What? No. Oh,
No, I kind of
No.
begged for my life and made a nuisance of myself, and he kicked me out of his house and gave me the deck of cards.
Ah,
while simultaneously
done.
blowing the
That's
rest of us up, so.
yeah.
Yes.
But hey, no one got hurt.
Well, Alara,
I tap Alara's leg, just a little.
Well, I mean, come on. I mean, no one got seriously hurt, right?
she literally lost a leg.
I mean, you
I
should have
mean-
seen her. She was literally a meat sack.
I would argue that she gained a leg. know, I think life is certainly a matter of perspective.
Okay, but yeah, more comfortable place. I assume that you're treating. That's great. I love that plan.
Yeah, I've still got an apartment.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Perfect.
yes. Now it is a studio, but but it is in a pocket dimension, so it's spacious. Relatively spacious. It'll be tight. It'll be a little tight. Hey, we've gotten to know each other pretty well. You know, we've been on ships before. Not you and me together, but we've both separately been on ships. So it's sort of the same deal. You know, just pretend we're at sea. Oh,
Sure.
I think we'll survive.
hit
It's
it.
better than being homeless.
That's
exactly. Hey, I tell that to myself every day. You have no idea. Please, follow me. I've got Hendrix has the groceries, so let's go. On.
Who?
who's Hendrix?
I laugh as I
Hendrix is
walk
my
by.
unseen servant.
Oh,
He's got the groceries.
Oh, that's why they're floating.
More specifically, he's got my groceries.
oh.
Ah.
Should we go get our own food, or
If
because
you're hungry, then yeah, I'd suggest you get your own food. Am I putting everyone up? Am I just is that how we're doing this?
I mean,
Well, I
we've
thought that was a
got you
fruit
up.
basket. I thought that was kind of a fruit basket for me, but okay.
Some fruit, that's where all the vitamins live.
I
But
mean,
since you're so
No.
disgruntled,
We'll grab some food on the way to
you
your pocket.
watch as he goes over to you and mutters like a huge incantation, and then out of his hands pops like a little, almost like a shitty magic trick where he just like does a little sleight of hand, and then like a little rose pops out, and it's black,
Thank you.
and he hands it
Thank
to
you.
you.
That's
And
beautiful.
as he does, he's like, "Oh, what's that? Is that flower trying to tell you something?" I didn't quite.
Listen to the flower.
You just hear this thing that just goes like, "Get well soon."
Oh,
And then
that's
the rose just like withers
Thank
and
you.
crumples and like collapses into dust.
okay. Well, shit. Okay, I was going to wear it, but okay.
You don't want to wear flowery things. It dies and begins to smell. Come on, onwards.
Did you know you could eat roses?
He's gone.
Okay. Alex, have I had a chance to long rest?
I don't believe you.
You have.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
all right.
Yeah, we'll
I go follow him.
Yeah.
He's basically gonna walk you through the city and take you to within the residential district. You see almost like just stacks on stacks of these brick like apartment buildings where you see a bunch of wizards that are stepping in and out, but the front door, or the front doors rather, are on every single floor. We have people flying and levitating up to their rooms and stepping in, and the doors are way too close to each other. Like it looks like this would maybe be like a 5 by 5 foot kind of situation, because just door after door after door. So you watch as, and it looks like the nicer ones are more towards the top, believe it or not. Otto definitely has a ground floor spot. So you watch as he goes up to it and like reaches in like under his cloak and like pulls out a little like ring of keys, and he just kind of does that thing where he's like one's not working, and he kind of like drops it. Oh shit! Picks it up and unlocks the second one. And he just kind of looks back and nervous. He's like, I forgot to prepare knock today. And then he opens up the room, and as you step in, it is obviously like way more spacious than you'd expect it to be. It's not bad. It looks like almost like a very quaint log cabin. It's like smoky in here. There's a bunch of drug paraphernalia out on a table, and you watch as like As you enter, the furniture kind of like moves and shifts in a way that it's like getting out of your way. He goes, "Welcome to Casa de Arluk. Um, my home is your home, except that's the master bedroom. That's for me. You can all sleep out here on the couch. Um, yeah, if you need anything, let me know. Otherwise, for food, I'd recommend going back the way you came. Um, and I've got a little bit of gnome clover left if anyone wishes to partake. Um, yeah, I figure you can kind of lick your wounds here and regale each other with stories of your adventure while I catch up with some old friends."
We appreciate
Well,
the
thank you.
hospitality.
Yeah, that's very generous. Thank you,
Oh,
Autoluke.
sure. And if you get into anything cool, be sure to send a raven.
Do you
That's
have
a
a spare key?
Oh, um, that I don't, but I can make one. Let's just bust out the old spell book here. And he does have a fabricate prepared. I think he's just gonna do that.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
The spells this
High
man
level
uses.
spells for some keys.
Right.
If you
Yep.
got them, why not use them? I guess.
Yep. So you watch as he like looks around, and you just see this like plate of like basically food that it looks like he's eaten. He just kind of like swipes up the plate itself and just like dumps it most of it out into the fire, and he just has like this bit of like chicken bones, and then he like begins casting this huge spell, and he watches the bones just like break, separate from each other, and like separate from the tendons and like the meat, and he makes you a little bone key.
Cool.
Very cool.
Not what I was expecting, but thank you.
I
That's
thought
good.
you were going to use the plates.
Yeah, so did I.
He looks back at it and he's like, you know, that might have been. Would a wooden key be more convenient?
I like a
Key
bone
is
key
a
better.
key. Yeah.
Just be careful, not to. I don't know. Maybe bone was a bad idea. Now that I think about it, but there, that's for you. And yeah, just don't go into my room. And other than that, the place is yours.
Thanks.
Are you going to go into my room, young lady?
Me
He's
or
talking
Lara?
to you, Sandara.
Why do you think I'm going to go into your room?
Because you're a spellcaster, and when I said that, you looked super suspicious.
I do not look suspicious. That's just my face. And
Yeah,
I
I'm
feel like
honest.
just because I'm a
I'm not going.
spellcaster, that's like, come on. That's like me assuming all wizards are bad.
I mean,
AWAB, you know what I mean?
yeah. Anyways.
Hey, wow.
Well,
All right, what do
I
we do
begin.
now?
Yeah, I begin rummaging
See-
around.
Is he going into his room?
He's leaving the premises.
Oh, I'm gonna look in his room.
Varric, stop.
Well, I just want to see.
Stop.
It's probably enchanted to like 9 hells. Don't you
We've
open a
barely
door, you're
just
gonna get
escaped with our lives.
yeah, you're gonna get delayed fireball blasted. It's warded, I'm sure.
You guys are no fun.
I feel like that armor has had an impact on you, because you keep
And like
trying to fuck up wizards that can delete you.
maybe we
Plus,
just
it's
do that on
Autoluke,
like the
it's-
last day or something.
First of
Cause like
all, I've never
It's
seen
probably just
Autoluke.
weird stuff, you know.
That's why I want to know what kind of weird shit Autoluke's into. I have to say, I've never seen Autoluke do a single spell that damaged anyone. Have you?
yeah, he
Um,
in the battle against the gunner.
Maybe
No, he
he's
didn't.
good at holding back.
Yeah,
He
that's
fought a-
why.
He fought against the
He punched a man and broke his wrist. That's not a spell.
Maybe he holds back. With great power comes
I mean, he just used
great
fabricate to
restraint.
make a key. That is
he was part of a group that killed something called an inevitable.
yeah.
I
I
understand.
think
But have you seen him use a spell that harmed anyone?
I don't think so.
I think he's
You know what?
fake.
I can take a look. I just look at the door with detect magic.
There
Okay.
are so many wards on this thing.
Yeah,
There's,
don't open the
wait,
door,
there's
Ferric.
basically three. You notice there are. Here's the thing. Behind this door, you can tell with your detect magic, there is about like 2 inches behind it. There's another door that also appears to be warded. But this door itself, you notice 3 enchantments specific. Give me an Arcana check.
Oh, I'm actually not good at those. Oh, well, 21?
Okay.
Wow.
I would say this makes sense for you, especially being an enchanter. So the door itself actually has 2 enchantments. Sorry, 3 enchantments on it. These are all basically a glyph of warding spells. The first one is basically a rooting enchantment where it would um, petrify the feet of the invader. The second enchantment is a create bonfire, but it's been created in a way where it would actually come from like the panel itself. So it would be like a bonfire that just like roasts you like a spit roast.
Nice.
And there's a final enchantment where there would be an auditory message that just says, "Ah, I see you have elected for the way of pain." And that's what you can glean with that check of the first series of wards on the door.
I mean, to be honest, Varric, if you really want to take a look, it, I've seen you survive worse.
Well, when you say it like that, it doesn't really sound fun.
Oh, I mean, like, the door is safe. It's like what's inside of the room. It's, you know what, it's not a good idea to go in there anyways.
Okay. I trust you. A little bit. Enough not to open the door.
No. So what are we
Question
doing
to
here?
you, um,
Yep.
Alex, on the
Real quick,
the
Eddie, I can
second.
hear your music
Oh, sorry.
every time you talk.
There we go. Um, on the ascending spell, do I have to say that out loud, or that can that be a mental message?
Um, I'm gonna say, generally speaking, the verbal components of the spell are you saying the thing.
Okay.
But if you want to take some time to get away and send a private message, that's up to
If I
you.
could, I didn't know how big the space was, but I'd like it to be a little more private, if possible.
Yeah, I mean it's big enough. And I'll say, I already know what you're sending, but
Yeah.
if you want to play it out at the table, you can. If you choose not to, you could also sneak off and do your thing.
I like to sneak off, pretty much. Tell them that I'm alive and okay, um, and that I'm in Carsus Folly, um, and have been in, um, where was it we were before? It was the other city. I just looked at the
New
damn
Callum?
New
Mindston?
Callum?
New
New
Callum.
Callum.
New Callum, and that I love him, and that would be it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean you have the highest passive perception here, so yeah, no one you could easily enough. No one clocks that.
Okay.
Sandara, are you able to send a message?
No. I wish I was, but I do not have that ability. But I think that Cass does.
Cass,
Yep, I
could you
can.
send a message?
I could.
No? Good.
Yep. Do you want to talk to Sarah? So can I? I mean, I guess I'm familiar with her. Yeah.
Yeah, you can send a sending to Sarah.
Just tell her we're in Caustis Folly, and we finish that job with the wizard.
That's it. It's got 25 words.
That's it.
Sorry.
Now, quick point of order, because I don't think this came up at the table. Did you guys tell her that you killed Beaumont?
Let's don't even know that we killed Beaumont.
I don't think so.
think we told her.
I think the ruse is still being held, unless things have
thought so.
changed.
Yeah, I think everyone thinks Beaumont's still alive.
Okay, so yeah, I cast sending, and I send that to Sarah, but my face like bubbles a little bit and begins to get blurry, and kind of looks like you a little bit, and not fully, and I send the message in your voice.
Well, that was pretty cool.
Just to
Never
make
seen that before.
things simple.
Can she send back a message?
She can.
Yep.
If she sends back a message, could you say it in her voice?
I have done this type of service before, and I feel like I might have to charge you, but
Oh,
yes, I can.
It's not like that.
Does she
Just be
respond?
nice.
Okay, so what's the message?
We're in Carson's Folly and we just finished the job with the wizard, and we're taking some rest because Laura got hurt.
Okay. After a short while, you hear, "Please be safe. Things have calmed down in New Callum. Still working on rebuilding. Talk of the town. The Duke has grown ill. His daughter is taking over his spot."
Wow, that's a really smart plan.
Okay. I relay that back, like almost as she says it to me in my mind, and there's a lot of stuttering at the very end, in her voice.
Interesting. I feel like Sarah never really stutters, but
Yeah.
Just
confident lady.
surprising news.
I mean, I wonder if, dying, being resurrected or something had something to do with that. Or however he escaped.
I mean, magic's pretty finicky, I suppose.
I
Well, maybe he was
suppose
already
it
That
is.
wasn't my best lie. Okay, I don't. Okay, it.
Magic is
I'm gonna,
pretty
I'm gonna ask.
finicky.
I'm gonna ask for some checks here. For the fuck of it, Cass, give me a deception check. Well, what's your lowest?
23.
18.
23.
23. Is that beatable? I think it's beatable. Give me a deception check.
23.
Okay. I'm gonna allow everyone at the table who wishes roll an insight check.
That should be everyone. Just to be clear.
What are we rolling insight on?
Damn it! 22.
Oh shit. That makes sense.
Not even close.
24.
Oh. Nice.
21.
Alara, as Cass discusses the the recent news of apparently the Duke Oswald Beaumont has grown ill, and his daughter Dunsparrow is beginning to take up more responsibility and kind of acting in as a proxy to the Merchant Council. Um, as Cass talks about that, and talks about, like, as the group kind of ponders the demise of the Duke and all this, you get the sense that Cass knows more about the situation than he's letting on.
Okay.
That's all.
You're not gonna press him about it?
Nope. It's
God
not my
damn it.
concern.
Boom.
Ah!
Slipping through.
You're like, I'll break your other fucking leg.
I mean, it makes sense. I feel like that's what Alara would do. It's like the one person who you don't want to pass that check.
Yep.
Okay. So with that, there, as you look through the apartment, there's all the amenities you could need. There is an arcane enchanting lectern here as well.
Shit.
Very nice.
There's also a small library.
Also very nice.
The stack removes his armor. Is there a shower?
Two showers.
There's a bath.
He's gonna draw a bath.
Okay.
This is in a separate room, I hope.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna get naked. In front of
I thought this was a studio apartment. With
And studios have separate bathrooms.
It's nicer than a studio.
Okay.
You kind of get the sense that Autoluke, like, in some ways he's a bit of a degenerate, and in a lot of other ways he's a little bougie too.
Okay.
So it's like, this is way nicer than a studio.
Does anybody want to go out and look around town before settling in for the day? I'm hoping to find a teleportation circle in the city, which I presume they have one since all of these wizards are wizarding.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Before you leave, before the stack gets into the bath, he's gonna give you 50 coins. Pick up food for all of us.
Oh,
Please.
that's a great idea. Yeah, yeah. Are we talking like pre-prepared food? Do you want me to bring back like soup, or should I bring ingredients for somebody to cook?
Does anyone here feel like cooking?
I know how to cook.
That's not the question I asked. I think we all know.
I will happily cook for this group of
Okay.
I'll
comrades.
help.
I feel
Then
like Samugi
you let
is good in
Alara
this.
know what ingredients she needs to get.
Okay.
And then, Alara, if you could please get some juice.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get some juice.
I just realized
That is the only thing I can
shit.
drink aside from water. So, get
Okay.
everyone else whatever they want to drink. 50 gold should be enough for
I mean, I think 50 gold is more than enough for groceries.
Yeah, I was gonna
I've
say
got
I
a,
have
if I've got a
10
finger on the economy, I think.
Just
So
bring
what ingredients does Samugi request?
Zendara, just choose whatever is in season. I trust your culinary instincts, and just please one request: no alliums, and I mean to say no garlic, no onions.
No onions. Yep.
Yeah,
No
things like that.
shallots.
I find the flavors to
Okay.
be distracting for the mind,
Okay.
and I think we could all use a little bit of focus and clarity.
Focus and clarity. No
Okay.
alliums.
So,
Okay. You got
get a
juice.
nice
get
cut.
those
Very
out. I
odd.
can do
Very specific request.
flavors
Also,
and
if they
better
have
quality.
any very spicy pepper paste,
Pepper
I like
paste.
to
Okay.
That I
spice things up a little
good.
bit.
I can put some kind of seasoning in this. Yes, absolutely.
And a nice cut. of
Okay,
meat.
so
I'm sorry. A nice
I
what?
would just go.
Hey, we're doing the list. A nice cut of meat.
Okay. Nice meat.
You'll make some meat for me, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Whatever is fresh and
I've got an idea on
bountiful.
what to do.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so it's just me and Alara. Cass, do you want to come shopping and find a teleportation circle?
Yeah, I can go help. I want to do my own shopping too, so we can look around. They'll probably be in the same space.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, you guys have a day of downtime, so like you don't have to play everything out. So we'll just kind of go down the line. We'll start with
Before we leave to go do this
please.
stuff,
Yeah.
I wanna take out. Sorry, yeah, I mean, this bag is so convenient, Sandara, and I just begin rummaging through it, and pull
Yeah,
out
that's
a very dirty old wooden mug. Uh, that probably has a little bit of liquid still in it. I don't know how dimensional bags work. And I go and run over to the bathroom door or whatever. Varric, I'm gonna leave something on the counter. Uh, I don't know if this is good for you or bad for you. Um, Use that spyglass you got on it. I don't know. I leave it there and I go catch up with the group.
Did you tell me it was a mug?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I've already forgot what I said.
Cool.
Okay. So we'll start with Alara. So who's splitting off? It seems like there's a group that's going shopping / teleportation circle searching.
I'm just.
Are you guys all going together?
No, I'm taking a
Yeah.
bath.
Yeah, Varric, I know
I'll
you're
s-
staying in the house.
I'm gonna stay back too.
So movie's staying back. Okay. Is that Alara, Cass, and Sandara all going together?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Um, so Sandara, you want to find a teleportation sigil?
Yes.
Okay. Um, easy to do as you kind of look around and inquire a bit. There are actually a few teleportation sigils. Um, there's actually going to be one in every district within Carsus Folly.
Jeez. Okay. Um, can I have like a dedicated? I'll get a dedicated notebook for teleportation sigils.
Yeah.
Just
Do
think
you
about
can you just
Fast
learn
travel
each
menu.
sigil?
Yeah, it takes a minute to learn it.
Yeah. So
Oh,
as you,
shit.
and it's funny as you go, it's interesting. The sigils here are actually a little different than what you would expect because you have like hundreds of wizards that are constantly that's their commute is just teleporting around. Um, and there's just like there's basically an identical series of usually five teleportation sigils, and basically the city is warded such that if anyone teleports to one of them, they'll be put on a queue where like they won't actually complete the teleportation until one of those sigils is open. So teleporting to Karsus Folly, depending on the time of day, you might have a little bit of traffic, and you might have to wait like a minute or two. But as you approach the sigils, there is like this huge slab of like black granite, and carved like these arcane scars into it are basically like a little map that's like you are here, and it has the actual diagram of the sigil itself. So that's where you study the sigil, not where the actual traffic is happening. So you can go over to it and like copy down the sigil. You get a couple looks of like, oh, like there's an outsider copying a teleportation sigil. How quaint! It's like looking. It's you see a couple people just kind of under their breath. It's like tourists, and walk past. Um, yeah, spending the day. You would certainly go ahead and give me, as a group, anyone who went out, give me an investigation check.
19.
6.
right, Alara.
Investigation?
Mm-hmm.
Not much. Give me a second. Investigation, where are you? 8.
8. Okay. So I'd say, Alara, you take a little bit more to, or sorry, Sundara, you take a little bit more to understanding the ins and outs of the city. You're getting a little bit more comfortable with Karsus Folly in general, how the city's laid out and everything. Um, that's all. It'll take you the rest of the day to get all this done, but you can kind of get other things done as you kind of go to and fro. So with that, you can add 11 teleportation sigils
Jesus
within Karsus
Christ.
Folly. You don't need to write those all down. Just there's 11 of them. They correspond with the new Manitor Enclave, the Spellcasters Plaza, the Mages Guild Hall, the Alchemy District, the Potion Makers. Oh, sorry. Oh no, I fucked up. There's only gonna be 1, 2, 3. Sorry, three main teleportation sigils. Not to all the
We,
each little micro spot within, but there's the Arcane Quarter, the Alchemy District, and the Enchantment Ward. And then there's a fourth, which is the Enclave. And that's where most of the Mage's Towers are, which includes the Tower of Cadric. With that investigation check, on your as you're around the Enclave, you notice a particularly unique Wizard's Tower. It looks to be the largest one, but it's also suspended in midair. And it looks like it's been quite literally shattered. There's like pieces of it that are it looks like you froze it in like an explosion. So there's some parts of it where it's like floating around and rotating. You just see like a cylinder with like broken rock underneath that's rotating. And like from this distance, it looks like there's people in there that are like drinking or doing whatever. It's like they're so hard to see from this distance, but they're up like 500 feet in the air. You can just see it because it's almost like a dollhouse where it's like half of a tower has been sheared off and it's just kind of like slowly rotating in this suspension. As you look at the base of the tower as well, it looks like the matter itself has been stretched out, where it looks like a weird visual disturbance, where it's like in the middle of an implosion or something like that, where like what looks like a walkway leading to a door has quite literally just been like like the time and space around it have been stretched, where it like comes to this fine point of just pure energy.
well, that's weird. Do any of you know whose tower this is? I asked Cass and Alara.
Got me. This is
No, I mean, I only know 2 names. My first guess would be Faraday's, but I don't think he's the only big name I know here. I thought it was also might be like a fancy inn or something. Like there's kind of a lot of people
Maybe.
in there.
Yeah. Maybe we should ask Guadalupe about it when we get back tonight.
If you like, when you get closer, you get the sense there's going to be like some way to tell.
I mean, we're here.
It doesn't look completely closed off to the public.
I don't want to do too much exploring without everyone else.
Okay, very good. You don't want to do
Accidentally.
another murder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trip and step into a murder.
Just walk over there and all of a sudden we're murdering Faraday, so.
Yeah.
We're being.
All right. So with that, you can find the ingredients you wish. Was there Cass? You said you wanted to do some shopping as well.
Yes. I would like to sell the clothes off my back because that's all I have.
Oh. We have some stuff in the bag you can sell. We have a
Oh,
spell
right.
book that I can't use. There's a fancy fan that we've never touched. Some boots. Just throwing that out there.
Okay, I mean, if I have permission, then yeah, we can totally sell this.
What are you guys selling?
I guess the hand fan, because we probably didn't even know we had it. Boots of the Winterlands, I feel like might kind of be useful if we ever find ourselves in that environment. But also I can make rings of warmth, so selling the boots also. Caustic Brew Mag Grav spellbook. I guess I'll keep that. I don't know if Alara can use that.
I don't think she can. Oh wait, Alara's next to us. Alara, can you use spell books?
Yeah.
Yes, I've got one of my own. Let me take a look at this one. So I'll take a gander at it. Any symbols on it? Anything I'd recognize as to maybe where it came?
Are you a ritual caster?
No, I am not.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you don't learn spells by reading spell books. You prepare spells that your god allows you to cast.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's what I was
yeah.
looking for. Like, on the cover, are there any symbols of anything I might recognize?
Make a Arcana check.
All right.
I'm gonna say, are you proficient in Arcana?
I am not.
Okay, then you do not get an Arcana check.
Okay, well, I rolled a nat 1, so.
Yeah. I mean, you look at it and it's like, this looks super wizardy.
Yeah,
Looks very wizardy to you.
yeah, it's beyond my skill. If there is any magic capabilities to it, I'll stick with my own.
Okay, sell that. Rifling through, I see something that actually would be great for you. I pull out another pair of boots. Boots of striding and springing. You can jump pretty far right now.
Yes.
Why not jump further?
Okay.
I don't know exactly what they do.
Well, see if they like. Let's see.
It adds
So
a
while
lot.
wearing these boots, your walking speed becomes 30 feet, unless your walking speed is higher, and your speed isn't reduced if you are encumbered or wearing heavy armor. In addition, you can jump 3 times the normal distance, so you can't jump farther than your remaining movement would allow.
Okay.
So I would
They're
say
a little
these
ugly,
boots-
but that's fine.
yeah, these boots would not stack with your ability for your leg.
Yeah.
So my guess is that this would improve your long jump,
Yeah.
but your high jump would probably remain 15 feet max.
That's fine. Okay. So yeah, I'm back to normal then. That would. Thank you. I'm
Cool.
glad we had these.
We should look through this bag more often.
Look through it all the time.
All right. I think, and then I'm also selling my my armor, or I'm getting it appraised.
What are you trying to sell?
My adamantine studded leather.
Okay, give me an investigation check to see finding the right vendor for something like this.
Yeah. Yikes. 7.
7. So as you go through, like, it looks like this sort of gear is not the sort of thing that is very popular in Karsus Folly. This is the sort of thing that they make to sell to people like you.
Mm-hmm.
So most vendors that you talk to are not interested at all in selling or in buying something like this. This is the sort of thing they want out of their inventory because, like, their customer base is wizards who don't have any use for armor. So where you're referred is back to the disenchanting and scrapping place where they will basically like disenchant the armor and take out the adamantine studs. that they'll then kind of get back to a reseller who could do something with it. Um, so they would pay you about 200 gold pieces for that.
Yeah, that's not enough. Okay, I'll hold on to that for now. Um, that kind of makes me think we're not going to have much luck selling all these magic items to people who can make them. I don't really want to melt them down for scrap.
What is it
What do you,
we're trying to purchase, Cass?
um, ingredients to build like a flying thing, you know?
Oh, right, right.
Mm.
Any idea in the ballpark as to how much we're trying to raise?
No idea.
No idea. Okay.
No idea. Well, I
Maybe
mean,
once we
do I actually have an idea? Because I know how much a broom of flying costs.
So what are you trying to make?
How much would crafting a broom of flying cost?
Um, I mean, finding the materials for that. Um, it's like probably like a $5,000 to $6,000 venture, 1,000 gold venture.
Whoa, okay.
so maybe we just
Um,
wait till we
I'm not gonna.
I, I,
Sorry, guys, we're not
I
gonna be able to fly.
okay.
someday we
That's.
will.
I have my way of kind of drawing money if I ever needed to, but it's not a sure thing. It's more through using my tarot cards to see if I can divine anything for people. I've used it in the past. Taverns, people looking for answers. But that would possibly only raise us a couple hundred if I was lucky.
You know, we talked
Yeah.
about this. We talked about this before. We both perform in taverns in different ways, and
Yes.
we might be able to do some swindling with the fates. If I mean, I don't know, is that offensive to like to manipulate the fates of the cards?
Not really. I don't always receive answers. It is up to me to make discern the best I can from it. Sometimes there is no answer, and the cards are just cards. Sometimes there's answers, sometimes there aren't. Um, that's why I try not to bother them all the time. Um, but in a situation where we might need funds, I could give it a shot. I've never had a bad things happen, I should say, from misusing them. It's up to you. If you want to try, I'm all for giving it a whirl. This is a very rich territory, so if we found the right customer, we might be able to pull 1,000, I would think.
Hmm. Yeah. Let's keep it in mind.
There,
I kind of feel like maybe this isn't the right place, because if we piss off
yeah,
the right people or the wrong people,
and they seem to be up to tricks themselves. This would be a
yeah,
very difficult one to pull,
yeah.
as we've seen how we almost got ripped off ourselves.
Damn. One day we gotta come up with a cool like name for it. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna workshop it.
Okay. Um, the ingredients I'd pick up for food would just be a simple beef stew, no onions, no garlic, um, salt, pepper, carrots, celery, um, some peppers, um,
Pepper paste.
pepper paste or powder,
Very
yeah.
spicy.
Or peppers in general, like just some regular peppers. I could chop those up and get the full flavor of it. It's entirely
I
up
want
to
to
you.
get like 6 different types of juices. Some
Okay.
juices that are a little weird that you maybe never heard of.
Yeah, they sell land shark juice.
Land shark juice for sure. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you get everything you need. You've got some money left over. Most of the regular grocery shopping is handled by basically unseen servants that are wearing coats um, and kind of just like whipping arms around for like what the price. It's really kind of loosey goosey. Like you like leave a little bit of money and you're like, because they can't talk, you're like, is this enough? And they just like don't say anything, and then you just like left like 3 gold and left. No one stopped you. So you're like, man, did I overpay? I don't know how much peppers are worth to wizards. um, so with that, you make it out. You make it back home. Um, and as you approach, you see this black crow that is just kind of like sitting at the like literally at the foot of where the apartment is.
Oh, well, I'd go over to and kneel down. What's your name? I'd reach my hand out.
You reach your hand out and it just sort of like um, uh, kind of like pops up towards you a little bit and like just kind of like pecks at the ground as it kind of approaches you, and then it goes up to you and you watch as it kind of cocks its head and its eyes are just glowing like a little bit like whitish, and you watch as it goes, "Greetings. I'm sending this message on behalf of a man named Conrad. I'm the one who was the purveyor of the deck of cards who you ascertained from a certain archmagus within the city. You can verify my information with the guild through which you got the job, but I would request that we meet tomorrow in the alchemy district." And then he'll list a location. He'll basically describe a like a tea shop that is across the street from the teleportation circle. And with that, the bird just flies off.
All right.
Well, we know where our meeting is. How he
Go
knew
into
we...
go into the house. Hey guys, we got food. Sleepover.
This place sucks.
How long were you guys gone for?
I think like 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say a few
Okay.
hours at least.
My bad.
Can Samugi have taken some time to have worked on some things
Yeah.
in the meanwhile? Samugi has just been kind of working on back to basics, just a little bit of tinkering for pleasure, and making some creations. Just, everything a good little gnome boy makes in their free time, such as, well, can I ask you something? We
Yeah.
have 10 pieces of clockwork, like scrap, or yeah. What is the gold piece equivalent to one of those pieces?
So it's one of those things where it's like always more expensive to buy than it is valuable to sell.
I'm not trying to sell them, I'm trying to use them. But just according to the rules, it's for each piece that I make, I have to use 10 gold pieces worth of scrap. And I think I have 10 pieces.
You could just tell me exactly what you want to make, and we'll roll a check, and I'll tell you how much scrap you use for it. Because to be honest, if you're buying scrap, I've been going off of units of closer to like 50 to 100 gold pieces per unit of scrap. So just tell me what you're trying to make, and I'll tell you like if it costs a scrap at all, or if it's like really complex, like how much it costs.
Well, I was just gonna make the pieces kind of already described in the rule book. So like there's like a fire starter, a music box, and a like a little toy basically. I don't know if am I able to make weaponized forms of these, or do I have to start basic and then build my way up, or
You already made a trap that captured like a monstrosity. So the it's if you wanted to make some kind of weaponized form of it, you could totally try to do that.
okay.
But for
And
those
my
like
other question,
yeah,
gone. Okay, okay. I was gonna say my other question was if I make a music box, can it like will it have any sort of effect? Like can it give inspiration or anything like that?
um, it can have an effect if you set it to have one. Not like
But
did you say
I can't.
inspiration?
Yeah.
No, it's not going to be something where like you play the music box and someone gets inspired from it, unless there's some kind of magical effect put on it.
Okay.
But you could, it's kind of whatever you could imagine you could do with it.
Okay. Okay, then let me just make what I'm gonna make. I want to make basically a modified version of like a fire starter that's more like a not like a explosive device, but like a burst into flame, like a mechanical fireball. Like Samugi wants to do a fireball too sometimes, you know?
Okay.
Hell yeah.
So that is all fine. Like you could actually make like a grenade.
Yeah.
It's the explosion part is the part that you are not an expert at. And if you have anyone in your group who's proficient with alchemical tools, that would be useful. If you want to take some time to try to fuck with it yourself, you could also try that. But the
Okay.
exploding part would be alchemy, not tinkering. All the
Not
making
necessarily like a like explosive because like my idea was like something that is not like one time use. Like I could plant it and then like like set it to work and then like according to like the rules I would have to spend an hour to get it to work for 24 hours like repairing it. So like I assume if it was like an explosive thing then it would just be like boom done and I lose the clockwork pieces, but I want to be able to like maintain the pieces, you know.
you want to make, you could make like a thing that like is like a flame, like a blowtorch.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah,
A
yeah.
jack in the
Doesn't have
box
to
with
be
a blowtorch.
fancy magical. Yeah, just casual blowtorch.
Just
Um, I'm gonna say there's still gonna be a component of alchemy to this. Because the fire starter is literally like you're just getting a spark. That's like a little lighter. That's different than like making like a flamethrower or like a bomb. So exactly what is describe to me in more detail what this device is going to be like.
It's just going to be like a plantable. It's almost like a mine. Um, there's going to be a little. It's going to be like a little artistic, because Samui has an eye for that sort of thing. But it's going to be almost like pyramid shape. You plant it, and then I guess I would have to set it so that it would like open up and release like a flame or like a flamethrower type effect.
Um, Give me, and the idea is that this could be like a reloadable thing.
Yeah.
Um, if I may, it could
I
like
love this idea.
spin and release some type of flammable ingredient or whatever, and a fire starter could like spark and ignite that flammable
Oh
material
yeah.
that it scatters.
So we're back to
Yeah, yeah,
explosives. Yeah.
yeah. So do you want it to explode or do you want it to just like spit fire?
Um, I guess I guess I would have to consult my group and ask which would be more feasible given their abilities because I can't do this on my own, obviously.
You have the way to do the like the glyphs that like blow up and stuff.
those
If we
can't be
use
moved
those
more than
together.
10 feet.
So here's what I'll do. I'll kind of jump in to kind of help us like bridge like narrative and gameplay mechanics. One thing you could do that would take the alchemy component out of it, well, maybe, is you could, if you could find like a fuel source or something like that, what you could essentially make is like a gas trap that would be like a setup for someone in your party throwing a fire spell, where if it had an ignition source, it would then create like a blast or explosion.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah, that works. And Okay, so
Something
like
that
an
would
initiative.
destroy it would probably destroy the device though.
Mm.
We're talking about alchemy for these. Couldn't we just use alcohol?
I don't think alcohol is so volatile that it's like.
I mean, a Molotov's pretty volatile.
Be like a really quick flame.
Sawdust.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
like
but I don't think he's
contained.
talking about a Molotov. Like a Molotov is good for setting something on fire, but it's not good for like blowing someone up.
Mm.
Like and the
Wow.
thing is you could buy like a fuel or something like that, but if you really want something more potent and like cuz you're kind of talking about bomb making stuff, your best bet would be getting in touch with an alchemist or having someone do it themselves. But you could totally buy certain components to do this. I just need to understand like exactly what. So the most
Okay.
feasible thing would be you could make like a little mine that spits fire, sure. Um, but in all reality, that probably wouldn't be as deadly as just having something that just like is a straight up like volatile gas bomb or something like that that is going to explode and spit shrapnel and stuff like that. Like you could make like a frag grenade or something like that. That
Yeah,
like
I
either
think I'm
you
just going back to
trigger.
the basically a grenade. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you could. That's totally in your wheelhouse. The making the like combustion parts of it that would scale with alchemy. It's the triggering mechanisms that scale with the tinkering. So you can go to an alchemist and get that sort of stuff, but again, it's like this is so specific that if you had an alchemist yourself, you could refine and purify that on your own to make it more potent. Is the long-winded way of me saying that.
Okay.
But as a
Do we?
proof of concept, you could just do it all on your own for like something simple. So so with that in mind, what exactly are you going for?
Um, I think I'm just going to make basically just an explosive device that covers, a decent amount of area. I don't know, like 10 foot radius or something like that. And if I wanted to go to an alchemist, like no one in our group that's nothing that anyone in our group's proficient with. So I would have to go seek that out.
Yeah. But you're in the city
Okay.
of alchemists, so that
True.
wouldn't be too hard.
Okay. Well, I think okay. So in the meanwhile, while they were gone, I will just have been tinkering with the base device, and I don't know.
And so you're trying to
I
make
guess
like a
since
grenade.
yeah, just something that I can plant
Give
that will
me
explode on its own.
give me a tinkering check. And I think you add for these checks, I think you get something special. I think you add double your proficiency.
How far could the stack
Oh,
throw something grenade-sized?
22, 21.
Pretty fucking far. 21?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say with a single clockwork unit of scrap, you could you can make one of 3 devices with a single unit of scrap. The device would still need to be loaded with like a substrate, but you could make an aerosol bomb. You could make just an explosive, or you can make a shrapnel bomb.
I will make since they're gone for like 3-4 hours. I will make the last 2. I'll make a shrapnel bomb and an explosive bomb.
Okay. So it doesn't have the bomb yet. You need to go find the actual like volatile.
Would it be the same for both of them?
It would.
Okay.
Specifically, the shrapnel would require less explosive than just
Okay.
like the straight up explosive one.
So,
Okay.
after my bath, do I see Smoogie working on this?
Yeah, Samugi's doing some mad tinkering.
Oh yeah, Smoog, what you making?
Oh, just a couple of bombs for perhaps our next adventure.
Bombs?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how they're gonna turn out, but I'm just kind of going with the flow, and I think they're turning out pretty good so far.
You think I could get a bomb?
As in, you want me to make one for you?
Yeah.
Sure. Or any specifications on what kind of bomb? I can make one that explodes shrapnel, one that just explodes.
Yeah,
We could get creative.
I want shrapnel, something I could throw. You know?
I'll try. Yeah, it's been a while since I've made bombs. It's bomb classes and yeah.
So sorry, Jeff. I'm looking at your stuff right now. You actually didn't choose like any background skills, because on your skill sheet you have like no skill proficiencies. So at this point, retroactively, if you like, you can choose 2 more tools to be proficient in, and you can choose alchemist tools.
Oh, shit.
What?
What are the other options?
Real quick, we'll go through them. So I'm just going to pick alchemy for you, because that just goes really hand in hand with tinkering.
Okay.
There's brewer supplies, carpentry, cartographers, cobblers, cooks utensils as well. Forgery kit, glass blowing, herbalism.
Oh, that's
which
why I
would be
have
like,
calligraphers supplies. I didn't that I saw that was on my character sheet. And I wasn't sure what to do with that. But okay, alchemical sounds like my cup of tea.
we can revisit this. I'm just going to put cartographer for now, and then you can go back and change it.
Okay.
And I'm going to just do 2 basic skill proficiencies, and you can also go back and change that later. I'm going to do stealth and perception, 2 pretty basic ones. We can go back later if you want to change that around. I can go over that with you.
Okay. Yeah.
So with that in mind, for the sake of brevity, I'll allow you to, for much cheaper, make an alchemy check, which would also be proficiency and intelligence, to determine how much it's going to cost you to make a volatile substrate.
Efficiency and
And before we
intelligence.
go, are you going for quality or are you going for being frugal?
Quality, always.
So how much are you trying to spend?
On like clockwork pieces or like gold pieces?
On the alchemical supplies to distill down a bomb.
I don't know. What do they go for? Like what's bad quality meat? Like what's top shelf? Like what's what?
Like you could do this out of like kitchen supplies. Like you could do like a really janky bomb for very, very cheap. But if you want to go like more and more, there's going to be tiers, and it's going to be diminishing returns. Where like the more money you spend, it's like going to get like a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better.
Well, can I do all 3 bombs? Because I'm making 3. Can I do it all for? Is 50 gold pieces per bomb like a?
That would be pretty
Good.
like low to mid quality,
Okay.
which is fine. Like it's still going to
We'll do it anyways. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do it
Okay.
anyways.
So give me a single alchemy check.
Alchemy. 5 plus 20. A natural 20.
Yeah, you can make 3 like medium tier bombs.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Medium tier bombs. Cool. All right, sweet. So when you guys walk in, Samugi's just vibing, token on a little gnome clover.
Yeah,
Little Fleetwood Mac playing.
I like to imagine that you walk in, and it's a pretty gangster scene of like Varric kind of like lounging back, like watching Samugi do this, and both of them have like bandanas over their mouth and nose, as Samugi's just like making bombs right now.
Also, I would like to use the spyglass to identify this mug that was left for me.
Yeah, Pierce, do you want to tell him what this identifies?
I don't know the specifics, but it is a mug that lets you drink alcoholic beverages without getting intoxicated.
Oh, no.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh. But this
No,
is...
that's-
Questionable.
Yeah, let's not put it
So-
back down that road.
Here's a big red button,
It's like
James.
giving an alcoholic some weed. Just like, it's different.
So, whenever they get back, um, after sitting with Smokey and looking really dope for a few minutes, after they get back, so the stack is gonna get up, and he's gonna take the mug to Cass, and he's gonna say, "Thank you um, for this. I know what you're trying to do, but um, it's not the point. You know, I'm trying
Yeah.
to set a better example. So I've cut alcohol out for that reason, and not because I was getting too drunk.
I
So I
get it.
give him back the mug.
Take it back.
Thank you.
I just thought, well, good on you, Varric. Sorry if that.
No, thank
Sweet.
you for. That's truly a very nice thing you did for me. I kind of give him like a hug,
Oh. Hmm.
and then I go back to sitting cool next to Smokey.
Sandara is gonna awkwardly interject. Land shark juice. For you, Varric.
Oh,
I
I'd love
found
to try it.
some very, very weird juices. There's like 5 different ones in there.
What? I'd like to take a glass of the land shark. What does it taste like?
No clue. I just thought it sounded
Land
very
shark.
exotic. So,
I don't even know what a land shark is.
As you taste it, it is it's sort of salty, sweet, and mostly savory. It's basically like it's like the blood of a land shark. So it's like a little fishy. It's mostly salty and savory. It's like a meal in a glass. It's warm as well. It's almost like broth, like a fish broth kind of.
This is.
But it's a little bit red meatish as well. It's hearty and it's I don't know. You tell me if that sounds like good to someone like Varric, but it's like you could see someone being like in a pinch, like I need calories. I'm just gonna drink this like broth. You could also see like chilling and just wanting something like not quite food, but also you're not quite thirsty or something a little in between.
Sonara, this is very interesting.
yay.
Yeah, no, definitely not a daily drinker, but it's not horrible.
What do you say we like go to every town in the world at some point and just get the weirdest juice that we can find?
Sonara, that sounds like a wonderful idea. I'd love to do that with you. Sounds fun.
Sounds like a lot of walking.
I actually think I can find a way to teleport. I'm still figuring it out. I haven't perfected it, but
Teleport.
yep.
That's handy.
Can
Anywhere?
you teleport? That was my question. Yeah.
Well, right now I think I could only take us back to New Callum, or to other spots in Karsus. But if I could find a way to find more sigils, like if there's like a encyclopedia, or if we visit it, or I see it somehow, I think I could get us to various places with circles.
So it has to be
That's
somewhere
dope.
where there's a circle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that answers my question. So you couldn't like
What kind of?
teleport an object, like I don't know, one of these bombs Smokey's making, into someone's house or something.
No, I don't think I could do that. I mean, I could do that with Mage Hand, but I can't teleport it in.
Just wondering. They're really cool though.
That's a little more like telekinesis. I don't know.
No, I mean like we're here, and you
And to just
teleport it in the
deliver a
city.
bomb out of nowhere. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't have that skill yet, but I'll keep studying. I'll
if
figure
you let me
something out.
know.
Hey, Sundar, it would be a bit of a gamble to get you back to New Callum, just because, like, narratively, it would make sense that maybe you studied the sigil you saw there for a little while, just because it would be something that might interest you. But I don't know that you studied it with the intention of using a teleportation spell to get to it.
Hmm.
So there would be some rolls involved to make that happen.
50-50 chance I get us there. Could kill us, could get us there. I don't know.
Maybe we just walk
What did you
back.
say earlier, Cass? Magic is weird,
It's finicky
does funny
sometimes.
things.
Finicky.
Finicky sometimes.
Well,
So, should we make some soup?
Yeah, I'd
Sit
be
down
making that
and
while you guys are doing all this stuff.
What
Hopefully.
kind of meat did you guys get?
very
Brahmin
nice
steak.
Yeah, some high-end
steak.
beef. That way you get that
Beef.
nice, rich, savory taste out of it. You don't really need as many spices.
But it doesn't get too like chewy with
It's not chewy.
simmering, you know?
Yep.
Alara, for the fuck of it, give me an investigation check.
All right. 14.
Okay. I would say this was sold to you as tender and delectable red meat.
Okay. Opening it up, is it? Or is it like gray?
This is the reddest meat you've ever seen.
Does it smell fresh?
It's not marbled the way that a steak typically is.
Yeah.
Um, it's almost like gushing with like this kind of red, kind of gelatinous, like kind of thick blood. Like very, very juicy.
Okay. Perfect. Very fresh. The soup should turn out, the stew should turn out really well.
Is that
It's also
hair
already a
or
little.
fur?
It's raw, pretty obviously, but it's also like already a little warm to the touch.
Okay.
Borderline hot.
That's
Oh.
weird.
This is getting so disgusting. Something
Does the
totally.
movie recognize what is off or abnormal about this?
Is this magic meat?
Make a nature check. I'll give you a nature or arcana check.
Nature or Arcana. Okay, hold on.
And I'll say,
Nature.
retroactively, do you want one of your tools to be cook's utensils?
No.
Okay,
I rolled an 18.
18. This is not red meat in the sense that you would, like, this is not from a cow or anything ballistically similar to a cow. It's not from like a dire bear. Like, this is probably from more like a meat from like a monstrosity or some other kind of creature. It smells savory, but there's like something magical about the meat itself.
Anybody watch Delicious
Laura,
in a
I'm-
Dungeon?
Seems okay to me. It's not harmful. It's a little weird that it warms up on its own, but should do the trick.
It is weird. I will say that. I just can't quite put my finger on where it's from or why it's hot.
Yes.
Um, But it seems like
see-
you want to take the lead on cooking, so, if you've got a recipe.
Yeah, I'll start slicing it up into chunks, and then chopped carrots, celery, um, and then chop the peppers up that I picked up, which I don't know what type of peppers they are, but I
You said you slice it into chunks.
It's hot as
Yeah.
can.
Okay, so as you
I'm
slice
making like a beef stew pretty much.
Yeah.
okay, as you do that, you notice that as you try to cut into it, it's tough. Like it's not, your knife is not cutting. And then
Yeah.
as you push, all of a sudden it's just like butter. And then again you like push, nothing, and then it just goes.
That's really weird. Okay, as long as I cut it up, I guess. That's
I'd say with your passive perception, Actually, no. Yeah. All right.
My passive is 18. God damn it! What do I notice?
It's not so much a perception thing. Give me a survival check, I guess.
Just aiming at everything I'm not really trained in.
Oh,
Alright.
Samugi's a survivalist.
16.
Okay, Smoogie, you gonna give me your roll?
Yeah. Okay, 17.
So with those rolls, you kind of like as Alara is like preparing for this beef stew, she kind of like pauses, and Samugi, you also both come to the same conclusion of like, if this thing is raw at like kind of a hot temperature, you're probably gonna need a lot of heat to cook it, and a stew like raw, putting it into a stew is probably not gonna give you the heat that you need to cook this. So you can kind of modify and like you'll have like an open like an area where you can like create like a flame and have like a cast iron like skillet you can work on. Yeah.
Are there any cookbooks in this Nautilus book library? Magical cookbooks?
There are. There's a single cookbook.
Okay. Somebody's gonna flip through the pages, maybe the protein section.
Yeah, so
Is
as
it
you open
dragon
it up,
meat?
it's living alone as a bachelor in your hundreds.
I can totally relate.
As you look through, there's a bunch of weird meats. You do specifically see a section on cooking demon meat, which and it looks very similar to like what you're making, and basically it reads as like, demon meat is a very delectable yet challenging protein to work with. First, by understanding the resistances of the creature, you can then understand the methods of cooking. With their natural resistance to fire, you'll find that you'll need an exorbitant amount of heat to cook these meats. Yet, fear not, for these are best served rare. So basically, like, it's telling you, like, if you prepare it properly, like, you don't have to do much spice or seasoning. It basically, like, the flavors are going to carry it the whole way. And you're going to need a lot of heat to get a little bit of cooking done. So with that in mind, I'll give you both. If you guys want to still cook with it, I'll give you, like, an advantage.
Raw it is. Fuck it. Yeah.
Okay.
Raw it is.
With Samugi helping, I'll give you advantage and add a d4.
Okay.
And it's going to be
what kind of check is this? Intelligence.
Well, it's going to be unskilled. If you're going by the cookbook, intelligence plus proficiency versus wisdom flat.
Okay. Oh, that's really bad. 4.
Oh,
at advantage.
Poisoning.
At advantage. Okay.
I rolled an 8. Oh, at advantage. Fuck.
At advantage. So.
Ooh. Okay.
15, 17.
23.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Between the two of you, you can create basically like a demon pho, where you cook it in the skillet separately, add it back in. It's great.
Okay.
I would say
I cautiously.
you got pretty with the cookbook. You got pretty lucky with those rolls. So after you eat this meal, for the next hour, anyone who partakes will gain the ability to go reckless, as though they were a barbarian and had that feature.
Oh, no.
Wait, how long did you say?
An hour.
An hour?
Oh, okay.
Holy shit, an hour of reckless. Alright.
Demon pho. Love it.
Yep. Yep.
Shit.
Let's take note of that one.
Hey, Varric.
What?
Can you help me do a little bit of training?
What kind of training are you looking to do?
Fighting mainly.
Talking fisticuffs or weapons?
Restrained weapons. Not gonna hurt too terribly bad. I just want to practice new techniques.
Okay.
So yeah, if you're cool with it, James, I think we go off and do a little training.
Yeah.
I am swapping out feats with this new level. I sold a feat and I'm getting a new one. So I go, before we go and train, I bury a sort of bark bound, pretty small, like almost a booklet, underneath like the biggest tree I can find that's nearby. And then summon like a wooden thorny sword, and I'm just going, like, medium effort, to try to practice the warcaster stuff.
Okay.
Oh, actually, could I have bought a shield for relatively cheap?
Sure.
Okay.
We'll say it'll cost you, well, with a Karsus Folly mock-up, that would actually be like a 50 gold investment.
Okay.
Although you could see if, when Autoluke comes back, see if he'll fabricate you one.
Okay. I take a pot lid from Autoluke's home before we leave.
Okay.
Because I need to
Can I-
specifically practice with the shield.
So, for my learning, what did you sell and what are you taking?
I sold Ritual Caster Druid, and I bought Warcaster.
But we can buy and sell
You
feats.
can sell a feat for half of what you bought it for.
Yeah, it was 2, I sold it for 1, we just bumped up, which gave me 4 points. So yeah, pot shield in hand and a wooden, literally a wooden sword. Cass is very clumsily, like, trying to cast spells while holding all this shit. And
Oh
like,
yeah, give me a wood sword too, eh?
I can only kind of do one.
There's a tree here?
There's a spoon.
There's a broom.
There you
I'll
go.
take that.
Oh yeah. Cool.
It's already kind of like dancing around on its own and like kind of brooming stuff out, and you just like snatch it up.
Nice.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Once we get out there, I'm obviously not trying to hurt him, but I am gonna press the attack.
Okay. Let's do this. Let's do a contested charisma check with so your strength. It's against your strength, Varric,
So I do a strength check.
versus his charisma.
10.
What?
10.
12?
Damn.
Yeah, I rolled
So yeah. Yeah, I mean, Cass, you hold your own. Like,
Yeah.
you do okay.
I've been practicing melee fighting. It's just using a shield is a little weird.
Yeah, it is. The trick for you is more like keeping concentration while having less use of your hands. while someone is in your face. And Varric like doesn't hold back too much. Like he's getting in your like he's not hitting you or anything like that like super hard, but he's like again pressing the attack and like challenging you. So yeah, you get some training in. Okay. Is there anything else? Anyone else? Go ahead.
Just last little scenelet from the fight. Cass turns to run at some point, like you. I think like maybe because like even if you're going baby strength, you're fucking Varric. You're huge. So like I turn to run and retreat, and like a green line.
Do you turn your back?
Yes.
I'm gonna use my quick toss reaction and just throw the broom like football style at the back of his head.
Okay.
I love it.
Well, I don't think any rules are necessary. I think you hit him squarely in the back of the head as he falls forward, and a green line like zips through the air and pushes inwards, and he just falls through a doorway. And then you hear screaming like 30 feet above you, and he just falls to the ground, and, like hits and clunks. Like, oh. I was trying to be more graceful than that, but I wanted to say a lot bigger of a distance. But he's also trying out some new spells.
I offer a hand to help him up.
Before you make it there, you watch as the broom that you throw kind of picks itself up and then starts like pushing against Cass's body.
Okay.
He's trying to like sweep him off the street.
Yeah, I accept the hand. Give the broom just a little pat on its way.
As I help you up, I just say, if there's one lesson I learned, it's never turn your back on an opponent.
Yeah.
Because if that had been an axe, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Oh, right, yeah. Holy shit. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I like you.
Usually I'm being like at a distance. Oh, I mean, come on, man. We went to prison together. You know. I mean, you were just an employee at the beginning, but then like you were pretty cool at prison. So.
Yeah, I mean, we've been through a lot. I don't want you to get killed because you try to do something fancy, you know?
As the two of you say that and at this point turn, you see that the broom has run off about like 120 feet away, gets to a point where it hits like a T intersection, looks right, left, and right, and it's gone.
Oh no, we just lost fucking Auto Lucia's broom.
Great.
I mean, I'm not gonna chase a broom.
Yeah. Cass puts the sword back into his loot. Hey, right? We have been buddies for a little bit, so I mean, I don't want to harp on you, but I think I can say this. Sometimes you're a little bit too hair-triggered. Listen, the blame isn't entirely on you, but it's a pretty big sacrifice made yesterday.
All I'm saying is,
Just let me talk a little bit
Magic
first.
well, you disappeared.
Not quite. I understand. I get your reasoning.
All I'm saying is, the magic dude shows up, you disappear. I thought you were dead. I'm gonna fucking start throwing hands.
And what I'm asking is, if it comes to talk, listen, if it's time to kill people, if it's time to start throwing hands, be there, do that, you're on that. You've killed more people than I think anyone I've seen, right? And I haven't even heard of all the stuff that you did. But if there's just a chance of talking, then give it half a second. Give it a full second to let me talk.
Okay. You got it.
And maybe stop punching wizards. I mean, just as a general guideline, usually they can fuck you up.
I mean, I'm 1 for 1 on punching wizards. It worked one time. didn't work the second time. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a
Guess I can't fault you
pretty
there.
good odds.
Maybe I do need to craft you something that. You know what? I write something down. Tuck it away.
Okay. Is there anything else anyone else would like to do before you take the rest of the day?
I would like to. Zandar's going to go over to the library and start perusing the books, and I'll call over to Samugi and say, Samugi, should we smoke some of that gnome clover that's laying around since we're just hanging out for once in our lives?
Smoky pulls out a joint and holds it up.
Love it.
Oh yeah.
I just
And
want to
then he
get like
goes, watch this. And then he pulls out a device that lights it for him. And he passes it to her.
I just want to get like a stack of books. I'm like doing like light perusing of research while smoking with
Like
Samugi.
casually holding up this. By the way, I just want to interject here. I like to think that the lighter Samugi makes is one of those like high tech like cross flame ones. You know what I mean? That like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that blue flame. It's like.
You mean like the electric ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are pretty cool.
It's like yeah. All right. Anyways, okay. Are you just perusing as to what he's got in his library?
Yeah, I'm just like when we were in Kadric's tower, she's still like trying to do research on all this weird personal stuff, mechanism.
Okay. Tell you what, give me an investigation check. And I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to roll basically a contested anti-luck check. This is a contested roll.
Okay, it's a 14.
Okay, I rolled a 9.
Hey.
Okay. So you want to look into Mechanus specifically? Okay. So this isn't like a full-on library. This is just like a
Personal collection.
somewhat impressive and like focused collection that Autoluke has. So with that being said, it's a little bit more general. There is a basically like a series of encyclopedias that are just called On the Plains. And with that, I'll try to only give you information. There's a small section on Mechanus, as Mechanus is one of the more one of the less common places for like interplanar travelers to go. I mean, basically, you already know about like the hierarchy. I would say you encounter some lore that describes a question of, at some point, Primus. Basically, the people don't know if this is like a god or just like a supremely powerful being that basically oversees Mechanus. And there's multiple theories on that matter, where some believe that all the Modrons and Duodrons and Triodrons and all of them are basically like worshippers of this god, and others are like, no, this is just like a supremely powerful being that oversees this like beautiful system that was made by another intelligent being, like a god or what have you. But Primus's power is like innate. It's not like from being a god. There is lore about like a demon prince by the name of Orcus that had corrupted at some point a Secundus and basically like took its form and claimed to be Primus and tried to like split Mechanus in half. and basically took like one half of it that thought that one Primus was the true Primus, and took another half that went with like an old one, and it led to like this great battle with ultimately the non-necromantic Primus prevailing. And outside of that, there is discussion of theories that Mechanus is a place where magic beyond the bounds of what is possible is being rendered. And if you have any like specific questions, feel free to ask, like compiling that information with what you got before. I chose not to repeat anything that came up last session, but if you want any clarification, let me know.
Cool. No, that's good.
All
So
right.
Sundara's like smoking and looks over to Samugi and it's like, do you ever find it weird that we are so much older than other beings and creatures? You know, like some people only live to be like 80 and you're like 200 and it's just like you're gonna see people die and then you're gonna keep living.
I just have kind of my perspective, I think, on time is just from a more of a step back. So, for instance, I'm kind of snooping around for information on Autoluke and the Savage Seven in the sense that, I'm just kind of looking back at old yearbook photos of classmates and things like that. So I'm actually quite interested in digging up some dirt on this old man because he's also pretty old.
Yeah. It's just weird to know that like I'm like a baby and like people are gonna die and then I'm gonna be an adult and then more people are gonna die and I still won't even be old yet. It's just I don't know, it's hard to think about.
I think you just gotta you'll become very comfortable with death more so than other people who live a much shorter lifespan than you.
That's not, I mean, that is helpful. It's just sad.
It's sad for now, but maybe one day it won't be.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I'll let you know in 100 years or so.
When you're middle aged and I'm approaching elderly age. But with that, Samugi is actually digging up dirt on Autoluke. Savage 7.
Interesting. So are you going into the master bedroom?
No, just, superficial. Just, I mean, I really don't know anything other than the little bit. Like, I think we got the names of them and who they were after and things like that. But I figure, we're in
Let me ask you this: where are you looking?
where I would find, literature.
I mean, there's only one. There's a
Which,
bookcase. There's like a single bookcase. So you're looking for something more personal there.
I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily personal. But
But
if
something more
there's
specific
anything
to Ottawa.
personal, if there's anything personal laying about that's not in the bedroom, because I'm not gonna go in there, then yeah, I'd like to. I guess I'll say this: I'm snooping around Autoluke's apartment, looking for anything related to the Savage Seven or any evidence of
Give me
his
an investigation
involvement.
check. Give me an investigation check.
Sorry, hold on. Investigation. 17.
17.
Yeah.
You do see this small area where there is a desk. It's kind of by where Sundara is and the bookcases. Um, and you look um, at the desk. There appears to be like this open book. That like as you look through it, it's pretty clear that a ton of the pages have been ripped out of the binding. And next to it, there's a pen and a quill. searching around, you notice there's a wastebasket there that is just full of paper. And what you see is it looks like in Autoluke's hand, there are like multiple iterations of kind of the same thing that he's attempted to write. Some of them are titled, some are not. So some of the titles you hear, one would be On the Chaos Gate. There's another one that you see that just says The Fallen Angel, also crumpled up. There's another one that you see that just says God is real and he hates us. And on each of these, you see kind of the same story. It's kind of written in it seems to be from his own perspective. It's kind of going through each one, the tone is like ever so slightly different. But it's something along the lines of, like, it always started with, like, when Oswald Beaumont first approached me about this quest, I had no idea how large and cosmic it would get. It basically describes a venture between him, Faraday, and Solinor, in which they were attempting to discover a means by which they could break free from the divine binds of magic. And he goes on to describe that he gets into a part where he talks about Faraday's, like, the kind of bond that he and Faraday had, in that he and Faraday were the only wizards of the party. And there was a mutual respect to that. He also describes how he always was jealous of Faraday's resolve and the way that he describes Faraday as a prisoner. He says for someone to start off as a prisoner, specifically a prisoner of war, and he says, regardless of his royal heritage, he is not the debutante that he lets people think that he is. And for him to have accomplished so much is enough to make any wizard feel inferior, especially at such a young age. He goes on to describe conversations that he has with Faraday, where basically, and again, he says it in kind of different ways, and it gets a little bit, like, in some ways it's more well-written, in other ways it kind of is not. But basically, Faraday's perspective is, you know, when Netheril fell from the sky after Karsus attempted to cast the spell Karsus' Avatar, when Netheril fell, humanity and the gods were at war. And Faraday's perspective is that since that time, nothing's changed. And that the war is still on. And that gods are parasites that are preying on mortal soul energy. And he wished to find some way around the shackles that the god had put on mages, such that we could go back to a time where wizards and sorcerers and anyone could cast as many spells as they want. Like, magic was a lot more accessible, and it wasn't capped at what you would all know as, like, 9th level spells, which is, like, the technical term for, like, where wizards say, like, this spell is 9th level. And he kind of describes, like, someone who in that sense is a bit of a zealot, in that, like, he has this ideology that for something truly to be fair, there have to be no limits. And I would say that's about all you get. Is it seems like the chapter on Faraday is where Autoluke is, like, kind of like stumbling and restarting and stumbling and restarting. It's at about this moment that the front door just swings open and like slams into the side of the door, and Autoluke just kind of like steps in, and he just goes, "I've prepared the knock spell.
Oh,
So,
good.
what have we all been up to?"
There's some leftover stew if you'd like some. It's
Some
apparently
leftover-
some form of demon meat.
Leftovers? Meme and meat? That's very good, very
Thank
good.
you for the tips in your cookbook.
Very cookbook.
We're indulging in some gnome clover if you would like, and doing some research.
I would, I don't know that I could afford a crossfade at this point.
You've already
Oh.
made it home.
So yeah,
You're here. You're in good company.
A fine point, Master Gnome. Perhaps you, if you'd be so kind as to pass the clover over. Clover over. Unintentional, but it's fun when words sort of, it's wordplay is sort of like magic. When you're casting spells, it's like a. Oh, that's good. Thank you. You watch
Don't
as
worry.
he just, like snaps his fingers and there's like a little flame there. And
Don't worry,
Wait.
Luke. If you feel you've gone too far, just let me know and I can level you out, as it were.
Oh no, I would counterspell any attempt to take.
Just showing some hospitality.
as I say, magic is on this world for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's to ensure the passage of a good time. And he just kind of takes a hit off that and he just goes, yeah. So anyways, I hope all is well here. You've been making yourselves at home. I hope the furniture didn't give you any trouble.
the broom. Oh wait, no, I don't know that.
Yep. How did you?
Broom might have come back. I don't know.
There was a broom that was kind of pissed off, for no particular reason.
Yeah, just went well.
Kind of ran away though, so I don't know. It's all good.
No worries. I'll just turn another object into a broom. I've been toying with the practice of attempting to instill my furniture not just with mannerisms, but with dreams.
That sounds absolutely horrible.
Sounds.
Yeah, it's been a weird sort of a behavioral study for when I. Yeah, so I try to make some of them angry and some of them happy, and some of them have like this secret wish to escape when I'm not there, just to sort of shake things up, sort of see what'll happen, So,
I think that's kind of cool.
Does the couch I'm
Plus,
sitting on think?
That's the question, and that is the game that we play.
You're
Stand
sitting
up
there
off
like,
the
I
couch.
wonder why it's been squeezing my butt.
Now exactly. You don't know the answer, and in truth, I don't know that we ever could. But it makes the sitting experience that much more profound.
I get off of the couch.
Yeah.
And I go sit on the floor.
There's no escape. The rug is also enchanted.
Of course. Yep.
You might as well
Oh,
just
it's like a magic
You've been
carpet.
stepping on it, haven't you?
I cast fly and I float.
Very good. Very good. I have been bested. You are an excellent wizard, Miss Sunday.
Not a wizard, but thank you.
I also do not like to associate with them. I consider myself more. I'm just a mage, I'm just a regular dude with some bad spells.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I can't fly, but let me try something with that robotic leg. I just like do that fucking monk pose, try to like balance on just the leg, all my weight on it.
Yeah. Easy enough.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah.
Very neat.
Smokey.
What?
Smokey, is one of these for me?
What, the bombs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had assumed, but Samugi had given one of the shrapnel bombs to you after he had made them.
How do I use it?
Are they charged or not? Are they?
If you wanted to make them charge, you can make it so that you activate it. There's a brief timer, and then it goes.
Okay. Okay, so you just not now, but when you're ready to use it, you would push it right here and leave it, and it will be on a timer of your choosing,
Can I
I
throw it?
guess. Um, I would assume it explodes on impact, like if you throw it hard enough.
It would be more timed and less impact.
Okay, but if you fireballed it, would it also explode? I'm
Maybe.
assuming.
It might also just
Yeah.
destroy the device too. It's for best
Okay.
result. You kind of want it to not.
Okay, so it's mainly just use the timer function. It's not really kind
I'm
of
gonna
just serves
throw it.
one purpose, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it.
In the house? Or like right
No,
now
no,
or
no. When
oh,
I need
okay.
to.
In the future. Okay, well no guarantees
Yeah,
on the
I was like, are you
effectiveness of
telling Samugi or are you telling the DM?
No, I'm just saying. When I use it, I'll hit the button and I'll throw it, and then
Oh, okay.
someone might be like, "Oh, I should catch this." Boom, dead. Or it lands at their feet. Boom, dead.
Yep. We shall cross that bridge
Or like,
when we
hey,
get there.
there's some mage shooting at us from this window. In the window, boom, dead. That's kind of how I'm assuming
Hey,
this works.
catch.
Yeah,
Catches, boom, dead. Okay, got it.
yeah, that's kind of how I'm assuming this device
Okay.
works.
Should be
But for
should be
now, in the pocket it goes. No way this could backfire on me. Um, how much would it cost for me to get some more?
uh of this quality, they're costing me 50 gold piece. But, depending on what our results are when and if we get to use them, we could perhaps shell out a little bit more and have better effects.
Alright. Uh, we're supposed to meet someone tomorrow for the card drop off?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. We're supposed to meet Crawford, I think.
But we're not
That's okay.
giving them the cards unless we're getting our share of the money, right?
I thought we were doing it for.
Yeah.
We're not doing it for free, we're also getting paid.
Yeah, I think it's like
We're getting,
5,000 gold.
yeah, we're getting
Oh,
half
okay.
of what it is because we owe.
Oh, right. That's right.
Hmm.
Yeah, we're paying 5,000 and we're getting 5,000
Hmm.
because it's a $10,000 job to steal his cards.
Before the end of the night, does anybody want me to turn them into a snail? Or I'm just, trying to use some magic since I don't normally get a chance to freely use magic.
If we go
Alternatively,
outside, could you turn me
alternatively, there are bats, um, whale, uh,
a whale?
a rabbit. I mean, you can choose your own animal that you would like, but I'm willing to. I'm also willing
I'm
to
good for that.
banish you to a demi-plane for a minute. That might be fun.
Could I get
Tempting.
That
banished?
sounds fun.
Yeah,
Yeah,
banish me.
let's do banish. Let's banish you guys. Is that cool? Cast
All of us?
back?
Or
No,
just
no, just two. I mean, I can do if you want. I can do you two.
I'm already banished from enough
Now,
places.
I'm
if I
sorry,
could just
Simon.
cut in briefly, I would just like to say that this is exactly the sort of thing that I'm talking about, where just sitting back, smoking some gnome clover, and banishing your friends to alternate dimensions just for the fuck of it is, I think, truly at the core of it, really what Mistral had in mind when she granted us the use of the weave. So I just want to say I think that what you guys are doing is great, and I'm so proud of you all right now. I'd love to see someone get banished, to be
Now,
honest.
before you banish me, are you being facetious?
Wait, me or Autoluke?
No, hold on, Luke.
Facetious about what?
About, do you want to see us get banished and it's a good use of the weave?
No, of course it's a good use of the. Why would we have the skill to banish our friends and not use it?
It's a good point. I don't know why I questioned it.
Like, I mean, Varric. I mean, no offense to you, because I mean, you sort of. again, I mean this as a friend, but sometimes when you talk, it just sort of pisses me off. Because if you really think about it, like, to the core, like, just imagine for a second that you could just snap your fingers and make someone disappear.
Yeah, that's probably.
Yeah, that's what I want to try and do.
Yeah, like,
But then,
why would
I
you
don't.
not do that all the time?
I'm just saying.
Like
I don't
this, and I'm gonna
understand it.
snap my fingers and I'm gonna banish Auto Luke.
Okay?
It's a charisma
Um,
save 17.
what's the DC?
17.
He rolls a natural 17.
Ah, damn it. Oh my god, shit.
Well, why would you do that to Auto Luke? How the fucked up?
As I'm sitting giggling in the corner because I'm fucking probably stole from
Are you ready?
hot box from
And
this
I'm gonna
hot
snap
box.
my fingers and banish Varric and Cass at the same time.
Playing
Give it-
banish tag.
Oh, lordy lord, I wish I said something. As soon as you do that, I shout out, on second thought,
Oh!
and then I'm gone.
Do Cass and I get banished to the same place?
Yes. Harmless demiplane. Well, actually, I don't know if you guys end up there at the same time, the same place, but
Yeah, are we together, DM?
I guess it would be in the same place, yeah. Because it was
What's
a
the-
twin spell.
What's the
Or was it just a upcast?
no, it's twinned. Yeah,
Yeah, so where do you send them?
a harmless demiplane. I don't know a lot about demiplanes, so
Okay, just roll a d12.
The plane of their origin.
Oh no.
Actually, I don't want to hear it. I don't want you to roll a d12. I don't even want to know. Here's what you see. So, Varric.
Yes.
You both failed your saves?
I gave in.
Yes.
willingly.
I was a willing participant.
So, you close your eyes, and as you open them, you are ever so slightly rotating. Like, there's just movement. It's like a little bit of vertigo. And as you look up, you just see silver sky and silver stars all around. You see this strange, like, clockwork device with, like, dragonfly wings that just, like, zips past you. And as you turn around, you see that you are on a massive gear connected to other massive gears, connected to other massive gears that are just turning and turning and turning. And you look one way, and in the vast distance, you notice that the gear that you are on is impossibly small compared to the other. This is just like a plane made of gears.
Wow. Is Cass near me?
You don't see Cass at all.
Oh fuck.
And as you kind of look around, you watch as this little, like, bulbous, like, droid thing with, like, a single eye and, like, this extension with a lens that, like, is like a visor in front of it that magnifies that eye. It's like, it almost looks like one of those little Despicable Me things, but clockwork. It just kind of comes up to you and it feels as though it's like...
I don't know.
And it just kind of, like, goes up to you and, like, looks down, looks back up at you, and just, like, takes a couple hard blinks. And then just, like, it just zips away.
Okay.
And in the distance, you see, like, just a statue of, like, a humanoid figure. It seems to be carved out of, like, stone or something like that. And it's just, like, in this, like, meditative pose.
Can I go over
It's
to
like-
it?
This is like a giant statue way out in the distance, and you just see like air traffic and ground traffic and just the general buzz of things happening. And as soon as it started, you are back in the studio apartment with Cass looking pretty equally bewildered next to you. As you hear Autoluke just go, and to be honest, I don't mind that you've been making bombs in the apartment. I'm all for it.
We figured you would be.
Yes, good instincts. Good instincts.
I mean, I figure as long as we don't fireball the you were going to be pretty fine. Oh, hey, guys, you were back.
Oh,
How was your voyage?
How was it?
where the hell was that?
Strange.
No idea. I just magic, you know. It is
I was
finicky
in,
sometimes.
I was in
Now,
like a giant.
Pandora, did you not
rock.
choose a demiplane to send your friends to?
Uh, no. I think I just innately sent them to a place. Do you
I was.
normally choose? I didn't know you were supposed to choose.
Very much so, yes. As when you cast the spell, it's sort of like part of the spell. Do you? I'm getting the sense that you're not a. You don't read, do you? Do you have a spell book?
No, I don't have a spellbook on Luke.
You just sort of fling stuff around willy nilly, huh?
I don't. It's not willy-nilly. It's very controlled, but it's just
I
magic that is within.
no,
I
never
don't
think of magic.
study. Okay, it's not like I have to try. It's just there. I have to try to not, explode all the time. That's what I have to try to do.
You know, I think you guys are so great. Just sort of pretentious, kind of coming off that way. You know, I would just check that sort of talk around wizards. Not me, but just other people. If it's like, oh, it's so easy, you know.
No, it's not easy, Autoluke. It's hard to not, just like just like let my magic blow myself up. That's what I mean. And you're like a little pretentious too with like, oh, do you read? Like, yes, I can read.
I didn't mean it like that. But I mean,
I mean,
let me just move.
we did have to go to school, and you didn't. So I mean, I'm just saying.
I didn't go to school either.
Thanks,
Sort of
Varric.
thing. But I was a dark worker, so
So it's sort of like there's me and Cass, and we tried really hard for many, many years at this specific thing. And then sort of like you and Varric have your other thing going on, and not one thing is not better than the other. Like your magic and Varric's magic and my magic and Cass's magic, it's sort of all kind of the same.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, since we've been here, currently I'm the only one who's won a wizard duel.
Oh shit.
Oh, you won a wizard duel.
Yeah. Have you won one since we've been here?
Oh, every goddamn day.
How long have we been here? A day? Maybe two?
I mean, this is my home.
You've been with us, though.
No, I was with you at the bar, and then you said something rude to me, and I left.
No, I mean, earlier, before we got to the city.
No, I flew here. You walked.
Before that, we were in a different city together.
In
Correct.
New Callum,
Correct.
and then I was like, I'm going to fly, and I left.
Yeah, but you were living on a boat with your friend.
Ah, Captain Kalimov. Very much so.
So
She does magic too.
cool.
Is
Do
it
you-
like studied magic or it's like
No, it's
just
sort of just like rebellious, like I'm gonna spin around and kick you with a high heel, and then like, ooh, I make this lash out of blood, and then like catch you with it as I kicked you away, pull you back, and then like teleport up, and then like cast a sailor's curse on you. It's like a lot of stuff with like the sea and like some kind of I don't know, some devil's worship or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
oh, that's cool, but my magic's not cool.
But you,
Oh,
you
your
let's-
your
let's play
magic's
a game
really
right now.
cool.
If a devil were to come up to you right now and was like, I could make your magic so much cooler, would you do it?
yes.
That is like 90% of my backstory.
Oh, a devil approached you and made you
I
magic.
mean, essentially.
Whoa, that's
pretty cool.
that is pretty rad.
Anyway, Varric, how was the trip? Cass, sorry that I didn't think hard enough about where to send you. Sorry about that.
Oh, lots of
I was in
metal.
a giant gears, as far as I can see.
Oh. Interesting.
Flying machines. A little robot guy came up to me and then scurried away. Basically. And then there was a statue of a man. I don't know who it was.
I saw the same thing as him. Yeah, I saw the same thing as him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you
It
know
From a
was,
different perspective.
Do you know who the statue was?
statue. I couldn't see anything but like a silhouette. It's kind of far away.
I don't know. It's maybe someone famous.
I mean, it kind of felt like we were like inside of something, like, you know, like I felt very small.
Bad experience. Would you say I shouldn't pretend banish my friends?
What? No, that's cool.
How do you feel about? Remember when I said like people used to jump off cliff? How do you feel about heights?
Well, I'm fine with heights. They're fine. Yeah, height.
Cool. Probably don't banish me again.
Okay. Yeah,
And
no, that's fair.
I grab you, and we fall through the floor.
Dead.
If you're willing. If
Yeah,
you're
no,
willing.
I'll go with you.
Cool.
This is the name of the game today.
We are 500 feet straight up in the air, plummeting to the earth.
Oh shit.
I feel like that's going to take a while, so I'm like,
I've never
I-
been too scared of heights, but this is pretty cool from up here.
I feel like I should cast Featherfall.
Oh, I was really hoping you had it. That was kind of the reason I took only
Oh,
you.
just making sure. I wasn't sure if there was some sort of leap of faith thing at the end of this that you were going to show me.
Nope.
Okay.
Fully
Alex.
trusted you to do what I thought you would do,
I cast Featherfall.
and hoped you had leveled spell
Yeah,
slip.
wow. Talk about gambles. Everyone was shitting on Eddie for that last session.
Okay, to make this somewhat
I love it.
educational, I'm going to just attempt to see how piloting my body in air during this free fall feels, and like what each movement does to turn me, stuff like that.
So this is interesting because I don't know if I said this out loud, but I meant to give you this feat. I didn't put it on your sheet yet, but I wrote it down on my end. Because in multiple instances you have been doing air shots with your Eldritch Blast and like rolling insane. So I was planning on giving you a feat called Bird of Prey, in which when you are either in the air or at high ground, your ranged attacks are going to get an additional d4. So with that, I'll have you roll a dexterity check and add your proficiency bonus to it.
You gotta start jumping off stuff more.
Hardcore.
Okay. 21.
Yeah, so Cass is skydiving. For the brief time, it's not as much time as you might think that you're in the air for 500 feet up. And Sindara, you cast Featherfall because you have it prepared, right? Or
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I only swap out one
Otherwise,
spell days.
otherwise you would both be
that
dead.
bad boy.
Yeah.
Yep.
To be fair, the other thing is the apartment complex goes up about 300 feet, so you
Oh,
could
wow.
like
Oh.
you could kind of soar off of it, but yeah.
Oh, I
So for
totally
a brief
like
while-
nosedive down
Yeah,
the
yeah.
side of the thing.
So the two of you step in. There's a knock on the door.
Wait,
Knock,
what?
knock, knock.
There's a knock on the door as you step in. Like you stepped in, you meet the rest of your party, and then you close the door, and then there's a knock on the door.
Oh.
I turn around
I
and
turn
open
around,
it?
turn
Yeah, what the heck?
Windblown hair. We're just like,
Yeah, you see a little, you see a halfling, a male halfling. He just goes, "Hey, how's it going there? I just wanted to say you guys are falling way too fast. This is a residential area here. Despite what you might think, there are children that are flying here too, and just dimension dooring in the air like that and just nosediving, you're just asking for an impact.
Oh.
So I try to ask people to keep it to like 50 feet every 6 seconds is like our general rule. We call it the 50/6 rule. and you were just going a little too fast there. So I
Right,
just asked
right.
you to slow it down.
Of course, I didn't. I
No,
wasn't aware there's
we're
air
having
traffic
fun, and
laws.
it's like at night, and I get it, but that's all. Just a friendly, neighborly thing. Just I'd ask that you not do that. Okay.
Of course. My apologies. What
Sorry.
was your name?
So sorry.
I'm Bud Chugster.
Mr. Chugster.
But
see.
Please, Mr. Chugster is my father. It's just Bud is fine. If you see me around, yeah, I didn't want to make anything awkward or anything. Just that's all. So you guys have a good night. Okay, fly safe. Okay,
Give him
fly
a polite.
safe.
Shut the door.
Thank you. Sorry. I didn't know there were rules
No,
here,
apparently there's rules of falling speed.
but that was fun.
Good to know. Yeah, it's a little trust exercise.
Yeah. I don't, yeah.
Um,
So, yeah, I guess that's, we're all good. Anybody?
I mean, is there anything we didn't really do much in the city? Is there anything we
Yeah. I mean, we can
want to do
stuff
before we leave?
tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Just
I am interested. Do you guys remember when we came to the city? Merlinius's Simacrolums were like, oh, another sky elf. Kind of weird, right? Like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know why there'd be another. I don't know if he. I don't like. Maybe it's the what was it? The mechanic or whatever, the engineer from New Callum. I don't know why the engineer would be here though.
It's
I mean, if-
expensive city.
is like, I hope this isn't offensive. Is like machinery your thing up there for everybody, or you're specialized? Okay.
Not at all. We don't have machines up there. We have waterfalls, plains, some
Planes.
buildings. You know, like some grass
Oh,
plains.
okay.
But yeah, really common where I'm from.
Well, I mean, it's
I don't
worth.
know. I don't know. Just keep a lookout, see if you guys see anybody.
We can ask around. I mean, if there's only one other person here that is recognizably a sky elf, people probably know where they are.
Yeah.
If I may, the fact that Millennius was mentioning it, it would probably be a pretty public figure as opposed to just like. I don't think anyone would look at someone and be like, "Oh, that's a sky elf," unless they'd like spoken with someone and was like, "Hey, these two people look similar," you know. So I've heard nothing of a sky. Sorry, is that a slur?
A little bit. Yes. Yeah. Like we don't call all of you guys like earthwalkers or anything,
like
you know, or
ground
like
people,
land people since your
yeah.
islands are in the ground. Like, I mean, you know, that kind of sucks.
Dirt
But
walkers.
exactly.
Yeah. Sort
Yeah,
of. I mean, although sky elf sounds sort of cool, but it's still sort of just like a type of place and then a people. Feels sort of weird to put them together like that.
I mean,
That's a little
it's
convenient.
I've never experienced. It's fine. It's fine.
I'll just say I was a little uncomfortable with people referring to the Dalmir as sand elves. I'll just say that. I
Oh,
thought that
so we just call elves whatever environment they live in around here? Is that just common?
sort of yes.
Wow. Okay.
Then you've got your classic like wood elves, and then there's like
Interesting.
sea elves, and then if you're a half sea, they'll be like you're a half elf.
A half elf. Oh
Sorry,
wow.
I put a little bit of mustard on that. It's more like you're a half elf, not like you know. But yeah, that's not that I partake in that sort of thing, but you know, it's like one of those things when you're a kid, you just like look up and you're like, hey, wizard dad, like what's that up there? And it's like that's the Sky Shattered Isles, and there's sky elves up there, and if you're good, they'll come down and teach you magic, forbidden elven magic, but you have to eat all your demon meat and do all your wizard homework. Obviously it's
Is
not true,
that-
but like that's sort of
Is
like
that what people really say about the Isles?
no, I just sort of made that up or rather recited it from just a single experience that I had.
Do people do this for like tieflings and gnomes? Like, is that like a sea, like a sea gnome and a land gnome and like a halfie
There's
gnome?
not really sea gnomes. It's more like there's deep gnomes who are deep underground, and then there's rock gnomes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and then the ones up in the snow, we don't call them snow gnomes because that just doesn't roll off the top. We just call them dynasty gnomes, and that's no offense, Smoogie. I understand that's where you're from the dynasty, but
No, none taken.
yeah. Now that I think about it, we don't really do it with just like normal, like not normal, and everything. You know? It's like just sort of like yeah, humans, you know, just
Yeah, it's not like a mountain human or like a tree human. It's just a human.
I've heard them use the term like mountain men. You know, it's like the mountain men when referring to like the coast. So I guess we do it to each other too, and just like like seamen. I guess you know.
Okay, so it's like not an elf exclusive thing. It's not
no,
that's just
yeah, it's like we do it for everybody, really.
the way the world works. Okay,
Because also
well,
there's like bird people and stuff like that. And you're not like, oh, that one's in the sky because they fly. Like, sort of. I guess you don't have to. Anyways, what would you prefer we call your people?
I mean, we're the people of Valendry, so you could just say that. But I get that it's a little bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I can remember that. So, anyways, if if there was another person of Valendry, then yeah, Millennius would. I feel like that would be the only reason he would know. He would never just say that out of nowhere. Like he would know probably who it is specifically.
Well, that's perfect. So then maybe I'll just talk to Millennius then.
Valendrites.
Valendrians.
I'll just stick with people of Valendry for now. But
I like Valendrians.
Interesting. Sounds like you've got yourself a proper mystery. Another from your past, or another from your people, perhaps? It could be. This has the beginnings of a quest.
I mean, maybe, but maybe it's just like not the beginnings of a quest. I don't know.
I mean, what if you have a nemesis from your past, perhaps?
I don't. Really
That have come to pay their dues.
I don't really have any nemesis.
I think before we seek out this person of Valendry, we should practice your dueling.
I would love to do that.
Yes.
No matter what.
Duel them. You'll be like, hey, Stark father, your tyranny has come to an end. I could not defeat you in the sky, so I will do it on land.
We don't really have duels in Valendry, but
Win in Karsus.
that's a great idea. Thank you.
Right. That's right. Hey, you play a wizard's game, you pay a wizard's price.
I don't even know what that means. Okay.
It's just lesson number 1 of dueling. It's just trash talk, okay?
Oh,
You gotta get in your
okay.
head.
I can do that. No, I
There
can't.
was this one time I was in a duel, and even before the fight started, I was just like, "Hey, what sort of color flowers would you like for your funeral?"
That's a good one.
I went like a step beyond even outside the duel. It's like no question I would win. It's just like, what do you want me to tell your family?
Okay. Okay. I'll work on that. I'll have to think about that overnight, but I'll think
of some cool shit to say. Like. Yeah, like all the ones I used there were good. You could use any of those; it'd be fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Or you could use my advice. I didn't say anything. I just punched him.
Punch them in the face. I remember that.
Punched a wizard during a duel?
I only do punches.
You were there.
Yeah, you were like, "Oh shit!" when he ran up.
Oh, I remember that. That was awesome. See, now that is actually an Autoluke move. Most of the spells that I cast that inflict harm are cast through punching.
Pretty cool.
I was an underground pit fighter for 3 years.
That's
Of course you were.
really cool.
3 years. Okay.
You want to know what my my stage name was?
Yes.
You know what they
What
called
was
me?
that?
They called me Old Man Strength.
Golden.
That.
Yeah.
You're old. And you're strong?
I guess, I don't know, but it stuck. Good old OMS.
Did you ever have, like, a partner?
No. I would step in, yes, I would step in the ring, I would look at my partner, and I would knock him the fuck out.
Oh, okay. Sorry for asking.
Anyways, I'm going to retire now. But this has been fun. Thank you for the gnome clover. And, yes, I suppose that'll do it. And he teleports into his room.
Dang, I really wanted to see him open those doors.
Does he know that was his gnome clover?
Oh,
You
that's
probably
just an-
forgot.
Hmm.
Well, I guess I'm down to sleep as well.
I'd say at this part, Alara's laughed herself to sleep, watching all this transpire.
Okay.
I nibble on a handful of mushrooms before I go to sleep.
Whoa. Crazy dreams, huh?
Yeah, I'm actually looking to have dreams.
Can I get some of those mushrooms?
Absolutely. I didn't want to be like the guy where it's like, hey, who wants a joint? And I'm like, I got cocaine. So I didn't want to bring it up earlier, but yeah, you see me nibbling in the corner and I'll hand you some.
Samugri goes, I adore mushrooms. You must tell me.
Oh, all right, everybody. Hey, I got some mushrooms from
We're here
Ottaluke
to
I
have a
stole.
fun time.
Are we going
I
to
just
hide?
place them on the table, divvy it up into. Alara's passed out. I just kick your metal foot a little bit.
I'm just cuddling Onyx at this point, just sleeping in the corner.
Samugri just grabs a couple and just starts snacking on them.
I take my entire divvied amount in one go.
You
Attaboy.
guys are barbarians. I go get some leftover food and put it in the stew and eat it with the
Yeah.
mushrooms in there.
No, I
I follow Cass. I do what Cass does.
Yeah. They're kind of
It's
like,
an acquired
dry.
taste.
They're dry, but once you start, like, biting into them, it's like somehow, like, secreting a mucus or something like that. Like, they're just, like, slimy despite being dry. It's weird.
You know, gnome
Yeah.
saliva is actually much more effective at breaking down
Yeah.
the mushroom.
You've adapted to
So.
drug taking.
I don't know how to describe how it tastes without being very foul, because the first thought that came to my mind was very foul.
You can just say it grows in manure, so that's a thing.
Yeah.
Well, what I was gonna say is like it's like if a walnut could sweat and also have a nutsack.
Are these like magic mushrooms? Like, are these for...
These are hallucinogenic mushrooms.
Okay.
Yay.
I forget where Cass got these.
From Ottaluke. I stole them.
Oh, that's right. He stole them out of his bag.
All right. I would like anyone who partooken with them to roll. Give me a second. Let me. Roll a d10.
Come on, no family. That's not a D10.
Eight.
2.
And
4.
6.
Actually, and this
2,
is
4,
only
6,
gonna
8.
this is only gonna affect Cass and Sundar.
What?
What's your number, Cass?
6?
6. Okay. For the next 8 hours, you have the ability to use the meta magic option Quicken Spell once. Sundara, what was yours?
4.
4.
Do we do all even numbers?
For the
Yeah.
next
Wow.
Yep, it was 2, 4, 6, 8.
for the next 8 hours, you have the ability, without any uses of a sorcery point, to transmute a spell,
Oh.
which means you can transmute damage types. So you could cast a fireball and make it acid. So with that,
Oh, fuck
as
it.
you are all tripping balls, I need wisdom saving throws.
Dancing lights. If I
Oh, I
have the
wanted to-
ability to
Hell
concentrate,
yeah, dancing lights, there you go. Fuck yeah.
got dancing lights going.
I wanted to summon my astral self, just
Oh shit.
Oh, the
weirder.
full one with the astral visage and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mugi is wearing like ghost parts, like armor,
Cool.
and he's just got like this almost like Oni like visage like behind him and also like around him and also like making up his face. It's trippy as all fuck. In fact, I'm gonna give everyone else a D4 minus their wisdom save because of that.
Too much.
Including myself.
No, not you. You're fine.
Okay.
You don't see
I've
it.
rolled a 21.
Okay.
Let's see.
13.
Varric.
13.
Okay. Cass.
Natural 20, 22 minus 1. 21.
Jesus.
You told me yours, and then Sundara.
14. Oh wait,
you
no,
go.
12. Sorry.
Oh, 12. So the seeing Samugi's visage made a difference.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The DC was 13.
What? What'd you say?
The DC was 13.
Gosh.
So if I rolled a
on
13, is it
Okay.
a
So
fail?
on a success, no, if you roll a 13, you succeed. On a success, you can guide where this trip takes you. On a failure, I decide.
I wanna then purposely fail.
Okay.
I wanna go for the ride.
Hero's journey. Okay.
Yeah.
Are there answers you're looking for in the universe that you are trying to guide yourself to? Or are you playing with dancing lights or doing a little bit of both?
Who?
You, Cass.
Oh. I am trying so hard to like astral project myself back into my halfling life.
Okay.
And to just live in that experience for however much longer I can.
Okay. You can absolutely do that. You feel the love, acceptance, fears. You feel an entire lifetime just kind of wash over you like a warm blanket. I like to imagine that Cass is like wandering the streets as well, just kind of like looking around and just seeing the memories of this life that was not his and was also shattered and consumed through the production of tincture and Cass's use of it. Sundar, where are you going? Oh no, you don't get to choose. Samugi, where are you going?
I just gotta like choose what my trip looks like, basically.
Or you could just give me like a general like theme, like what is this like for Samugi?
Well, I had actually kind of something specific in mind. So Smoogie sees like a vision of like a tall peak mountain, and he's kind of like standing, walking up, and he sees like out of the forest a tiger start to approach him, and he kind of stops dead in his track, but he feels that it's a benign presence, so he continues to approach the tiger, and he holds out his hand, and the tiger starts smelling his hand, and they become friends.
Okay. That's epic as fuck. Samugi, that's your journey. Varric, you surrender yourself.
Surrender.
Okay. You are on a boat. And you are looking out over to an island. And on the island, you see your son Atlas and your daughter Valerie, hand in hand. You see Sarah standing behind them, a hand on each of their shoulders. You don't know where you're going, but in this moment right now, regardless of how you feel seeing this sight, looking at them, you are washed over with this sense of they're all okay. Every one of them. And as you kind of drift further and further away, you just kind of watch as their forms grow smaller and smaller and smaller, as you just kind of let yourself feel that.
Wow.
That brings us to Sandara. Where to send you?
Happy boat feeling. Happy boat feelings.
You can't go there, though. No, I think not.
Uh-oh. I knew someone was gonna have a bad trip. I thought it was gonna be Varric.
Tamugi's arm scared me.
Yeah, right. And she looked like an Oni, and like, oh yeah, that would be a little trippy.
So, you find yourself in the same place that you find yourself when you dream. You are back in Solinor's workshop. Except there's something different about it now. Whereas before, it was usually just dim light that was around. You see just firing through broken wooden panels, sunlight, like it's being fired from a spell. And you look up and around, and panels are shattered. There are chains that were meant to hold heavy equipments that have broken. And these clockwork devices and pipes and gears are all just completely sundered. The place is trashed. And you see an explosion frozen in time as it looks like a gas valve over it, some piping has ignited. And you walk through it, and you feel the heat, but it doesn't burn you. And as your vision obscures from walking through, you see the broken form of Solinor, just kind of leaned up against some rubble. You see someone whose intentions maybe you didn't understand, but for whatever reason, in whatever altered state you're in, your mind begins to ponder his demise. And although you can't see his face, the posture that you see, you just see the body language just tells you regret. And whether you want to wander the grounds for longer or sit next to the broken body of Solinor, this is where you are stuck for the next few hours. And I'll leave the rest up to you, and you can share with the table or not.
Yes, so Dar will go to Solinor's body, and she sort of sits down and actually cradles it and is just heartbroken and is crying and like stuck in this terrible place in her mind.
So, as you do, after a few minutes, you watch as every piece of this vision, whatever you're in, begins to fracture as that emotion kind of wells in your chest. You find that where there was light, it now turns dark. And bit by bit, you, Solinor, the workshop, everything in between slowly begins to fracture and collapse into oblivion and darkness, with you and the body next to you being the last things that are consumed. So, everyone who wishes to can make the changes of a long rest.
That sounded strange. Hey guys, we made a bunch of broken characters. We're kind of broken inside. Except Samugi, man, you're doing good.
Great.
Alara is broken on the
this
outside.
movie shit.
What did you say, James?
Alara is broken on the outside.
Yeah.
As far as you know.
We're patched up. So, as the day comes to you, you all reconvene after waking up on ships in the dock, and outside in alleyways, or just in a broom closet holding a broom and crying. You all come to. It is.
Hey guys, sorry, real quick. I'm getting called in, so I'm gonna hop off. But
Oh shit.
see you later.
Go save
Bye.
lives.
It's at this point that you notice the sun is past the midway point. You have slept in past noon.
Nice.
Oh shit. We're supposed to meet him in the morning?
Actually, I don't know if they gave him a time. They gave us a time.
Time was noon.
It was noon. Oh, shit.
Okay. I bolt up in the middle of some random alleyway, look up at the sky, and just start sprinting back to the house, patting myself to make sure I still have the deck of many things on my person. Please don't make me roll for that.
Well, there's nothing to roll. It's there or it's not. And in your case, as you feel the coat pocket where it was, it's there.
Where am I?
It was. That was so scary.
I take it out and run.
You're in the
Okay.
apartment.
Varric, you were woken up sometime in the morning because you found yourself on a ship. And it was at port, and you had someone just go, "Hey, this you can't be sleeping on this ship. I didn't even know they had, people that didn't have homes in Karsus. Where did you wash up from? You don't really look like the wizarding type. You're gonna have to leave, pal."
Okay,
You
I'll
took malls
let
and
you.
wandered?
So, first of all, I'm not homeless. Just had a
I mean,
while.
look, I'm not, I'm not here to make judgments or anything like that. It's just
I just
we
took
gotta get
drugs.
moving, and this looks bad. You should leave before my supervisor gets
I'm
here.
getting that. I'll get out of here. Get out of here. So I'll go back to the apartment and I'll put my armor on.
Okay. You show up to everyone like getting ready in a fit.
Unsure of
Uh,
why.
yeah.
Um,
Samugi is just gone.
I'll cast sending to the whatchamacallit guy that we're meeting with,
You've
and
never met,
just give a quick like, sorry we got
never,
fucked up.
never met this dude. You don't know how to cast sending.
Oh, we haven't met him before.
No.
Oh, okay, shit.
Sent a raven telling us where to go. I mean,
How far is the alchemy district?
If you're heading there, by foot, 15 minutes.
Let's run.
yeah, I mean, listen, we've got something expensive. He's gonna, maybe he can wait a little bit. Won't kill him.
I can also blow a spell to get us there faster.
What do we
I
want to
think
do
we
that?
just run. If it's only 15 minutes, we can leg it out. I think.
I'm
I kinda-
putting that
So you
armor
guys-
on. No.
Oh, how long is it gonna take you to put your armor on?
15 minutes.
Oh,
Oh Jesus.
okay. Well, I'll blow a spell. I kind of want to anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. So after Barrick puts on his armor, you are, I presume you're going to use a spell then?
Yeah, I want to try it out. Teleportation circle.
Okay. Do you want to describe it, or do you want me to?
Well, I guess I have to draw on the ground, so I'm drawing on Autoluke's. I smush his rug over, and I whip out some chalk, and I'm drawing a sigil on his floor.
Help move the furniture and just be like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna put you over here for a
We're
little bit.
just fucking
Roll
his
the rug.
place up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shoo the furniture away, easy enough.
And then a nice shimmering portal opens up in the middle of his living room.
Okay.
I jump through.
All right, everybody. Through.
Barrick jumps through.
Okay.
Ready to take on the day.
As you jump through, you feel this rush of air and then stillness. And there's just this blue tint. And you find yourself in this weird dimension with just like blue lights moving in different directions. You don't feel like you're on anything solid. You feel you're just suspended in midair. And you see this flash of light and a somewhat familiar face as it just says, "Greetings. I am Melinius Misthaven, and you are currently in queue to the Alchemy District. Estimated wait time is approximately 1 minute.
Cool.
This is weird.
Thank you. Disembodied voice.
Don't forget your spell ink. Go to Mort's discount spell ink.
Oh.
50% off over the next week."
Did I just get appetized too?
I think so. It feels like they could probably put a few more permanent advertisements around here now that I think about it.
50% off ink? It's a
Check
pretty
out
good
one of the
deal.
wizard towers. We're always updating, and we've always got something crazy down the line.
Wait, can you hear me?
I
Well,
can.
No, not.
My name is Melinius Misthaven,
Okay. No.
and you are currently in queue. Estimated, and with that time, you just and you find yourself in the Alchemy District.
Well, that was fun.
That was strange.
Never
bit
mind.
different.
I'm not excited. I
What?
don't.
That
I
was
don't
great.
say that. I forgot that I was emotionally broken overnight. Again, I gotta stop doing drugs.
Yeah.
A gnome clover, man.
Real wake-up call.
All right, to the tea shop.
Yep.
Oh man, I really want to. I'm fiddling with the deck of cards as we're walking, fast walking, just like fumbling with the latch,
Okay.
just nervously thumbing it.
You're not gonna pull one?
I don't want to. I really
Come
do,
on.
but I don't. I mean, it can do
Pull
so
one.
many things.
Pull one.
No, but I
Come
listen.
on.
There's a very real chance that if we pull a card, we die.
Okay. But there's a very real chance we get a wish. Let me pull one.
First of all,
I could definitely
sir,
see you and
you
fucking
don't know
stuff.
that. But
Oh yeah. No, sorry. I just want to see what they say. Let me
you want
pull
to
just one.
see what this. If everyone here will agree to you pulling a card,
You do you.
I mean, you
Come
said
on.
that it could kill you? That seems like a bad.
in
I
multiple
swear.
ways.
I
Yeah.
I mean,
mean,
bullshit.
like,
Fucking
are
Come
we
on.
talking
death, like,
50-50 chances? Even if there's like a 5% chance of death, that's kind of high,
you'd be on
Varric.
such a good roll, Jake.
Oh,
You really want to risk this?
I've always, ever since I was introduced to this, I've wanted to take my chances.
He's good.
I
I can
I
see, I can see Varric and Cass like literally having this quiet conversation, like, pull one, no, don't, no,
yeah.
pull one.
6-month campaign
I
down the train.
yeah. I feel like for above the table, how many times do you get to
Come on,
pull a
you
card
guys,
from the
give it
deck of many
20.
things?
Not very many.
Never. So I get it, dude. I want to pull one too. Like fuck, but I don't want to throw it all away. Hey, you know what? My vote is to I will let Varric pull a card, but I will not give the deck to you if one of you two say no. You would have to rip it from my hands.
I would not rip it from your hands. But if you two give me a
$5,000
go ahead,
loss.
It's up
Alara
to you,
raises a
Sandara.
good point. On an identification, someone would know if a card had been pulled, and
Oh shit.
it would more than likely change the value because it currently is a full set. And the difference between like a full set and one card missing is it's the difference between a new car and a used car.
Okay.
And that makes me vote no.
yeah.
Damn.
Want the money.
I was already not gonna vote just a straight up yes. So
Sorry,
I
Varric.
was just
Wow. You guys are no fun. Okay.
I hand it to Sandara because I actually don't trust myself.
uh Pew.
It would be so funny if you just pulled a card
Just
right
pulled
now.
on.
That would be the best thing ever.
She does do reckless things, but that one she won't do.
Alright, let's get this
Okay.
thing out of our fucking possession.
So you head over to the coffee shop, or the tea shop you were meant to meet.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there like a cashier or a
Across
tea?
the way, you see a large text on a building that is or not on the building, but on like a placard hanging off the side that just says the Earl of Grey.
Oh, that's
It's a great name.
That's amazing. I want to buy this store.
As you head there, you see sitting outside with like a no drink or anything, just patiently waiting, is a hooded individual with one sleeve kind of all the way up to the wrist that's kind of like fallen down a little bit, and one sleeve that's been like ripped off, showing just like a very large muscled Goliath arm, like decked out in tattoos. Who's just like bouncing his leg, patiently waiting and looking around. The name you were given was Conrad.
Oi, Conrad. You in here?
He looks up and then just like rolls his eyes and looks a little frustrated, and then just like steps back and just like leans back, just expectantly waiting for you to join.
I take a seat.
Walk up, yeah, take a seat.
So sorry for being late.
Yeah, don't mention
Being
it.
a little too hard last night.
Yeah. Well, it was of a specific import for my proprietor to make sure that we have this meeting. So, I presume you have the cards.
Seems like it'd be
Yes.
hard to hide 5,000 gold around. I don't know where you'd put it.
You
You have
see
the
him
gold?
reach into his cloak and pull out like a somewhat, like, not as large as you would expect, but decent size, like, sack of coins, and like loudly drop it on the table. As it hits the table, which is made of glass, by the way, it makes a loud clanging noise, and the top of the bag that was like loosely kind of pulled tight, like opens up a little bit, and you see a few platinum coins fall out.
Oh. Fancy.
That's yeah, that's the agreed upon payment, I presume.
My patron doesn't deal with time wasting, and he certainly fulfills his promises.
Wonderful. Here's
Fulfill yours?
Yep. Here's the requested deck, and I set it on
He
the
just like,
glass.
snatches it, opens it, does not pull a card, but just like looks at the amount of cards in there. Then you watch as he takes it and kind of snaps his fingers, and you watch as there's this like flash of smoke, and this like red tiny little pseudo dragon just like flitters around his neck. And you watch as it like sits there, and then he like hands it the deck, and you watch as it like takes it, like looks at it at every angle, and then like bites it for a second, and like chews on it like it's testing gold, and then like drops it in a pouch of his, and then like whispers something in his ear, and then flitters away.
Wow.
Wow.
Everything was
So,
satisfactory.
are we good?
If you want to be. But there is another matter of business that I was asked to conduct as well. And you watch as he takes out from his pouch, he's got a stack of letters that are tied in a golden ribbon. You see him just like untie the ribbon, throw that to the side, and he drops these thick envelopes, each addressed to each one of you by name, as well as your missing party member.
Shit.
Big line.
I take it. I assume word of this exchange will get back to Uncle Jackie before we do.
My patron has paid your outfit prior to the job being completed, and advised that he would like to meet whoever completed the job and pay them personally, which has been done. This is a matter of coincidence or fate. I'm actually reaching out in regards to a slightly unrelated matter.
Okay.
My
Can we?
patron is hosting a charity ball for the struggling people of Valendry.
I'm sorry, what? The struggling people of Valendry?
It is no secret to my patron, Sandara, that your society has been in decline as of late. And in an effort and a joint process, my patron has met with a representative of your people, and they're working to combine the knowledge of our peoples to come to a solution to improve the lives and stave off disaster for your culture that's rich with heritage and knowledge. My patron is attempting to amass investors from the city to understand the import of this cause, such that they can also funnel some resources into this to improve the outcome.
Who, if I may ask, who is your patron?
My patron is Prince Alexei Faraday, Archmagus of Graviturgy.
And do you know who the voluntary representative is?
She goes by the name Elowen. Are you familiar?
Yes. Mm-hmm. That's
Very well.
yeah, that's my sister.
Very well. Then she will be at the ball as well. So
Great.
I'm sure the two of you have a lot to discuss.
Yep.
Whether you present or not, I'm just the messenger. This is, of course, optional, but it seemed that the prince was very interested in meeting with you and having a discussion.
Great.
Thanks, Conrad. Anybody else?
No, this is something we're doing? Clock?
Free
We
party?
could talk about it.
I'll let
Right.
you discuss it amongst yourselves.
Oh, what's the
And with
dress
that,
code?
he stands up.
Okay.
Were you trying to ask something?
Yeah, what's the dress code?
The dress code would be formal. I can promise you I will be personally handling security. You won't be needing any armor. In fact, it's not common to be seen wearing a full set of plate armor within the city limits.
Well, not a very common guy.
Quite. Now, if there are no other questions, all the details are in the invitation. Whether you show or not is your business. This message has been delivered. And with that, he turns and begins to walk away.
My
Well,
sister is such a little shit. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
I
Is
can't
everything
believe
okay?
it. I can't believe she left Valindri after giving me so much crap about leaving myself. Oh my gosh. Lord.
well, I mean, you left and you had your reasons.
Yeah, I left and I had my reasons, and she, like, freaking gave me so much crap about it. And now she just gets to walk out and become a representative to Faraday, who I think we are all in agreement is not that great of a guy, is my
Eventually, we're
understanding.
going to kill him, probably.
That's what I thought, yeah. Oh. And now he's got the deck of many things.
How long were we
And he
talking to
had
that
that
guy?
orb.
What's
Alex?
What
that?
did you say, James?
How long were we talking to that guy?
It's been like 3 minutes.
Okay, hold on.
I mean, I'm
Yeah, get it,
happy.
James.
I would love to see Elowen again. She's family, but it's just so frustrating that she essentially smeared my name through the mud amongst all of Valendry for deciding to leave. And then she just walks out willy-nilly and representative to Alexei Faraday. Ugh. Jeez.
Listen,
Well,
I am not a fan of my sister as well. I kind of forgot she existed for a little bit.
you have a sister?
I know, I know. Um, but maybe, maybe she can help us out. I don't know, maybe is she like a mole? Or is she not a good person working for Faraday? I think these are
Amazing person. No, she's the sweetest, most caring, and she cares for Valindri with like every breath she takes. I would never imagine she would hurt our people. It's just frustrating. That's all. I mean, I, I have to go to this. I have to see her. I don't want to drag you guys into something.
No,
Oh,
no, no.
This is kind of a left field into what
I
we've been
would
doing.
never miss a ball. Are you
Yeah,
kidding me?
I'll gladly accompany you.
I'd like to use the know your enemy feature that I have, where
Yeah,
if I spend at least a minute observing or interacting with another creature outside combat,
totally.
I'd like to know his total class levels.
I think I just tell you if it's higher or lower than yours.
Yeah, his capabilities compared to my own.
Okay. How many things do you want to know? How many things can you know?
You can learn information about the capabilities compared to your own: strength, dex, con, armor, HP, total class levels, if any, fighter class levels, if any.
Okay. Um, so total class levels
Yeah.
higher.
Okay.
What else?
Did,
I'd also like to know armor class.
Higher.
Fighter class levels?
None.
Okay. I mean, everything else is. I mean, I assume strength score,
Lower.
dex score,
Higher.
con.
Higher.
Okay. Um, guys,
Damn.
I'm interested in going to a ball, seeing as I've never been to one. Um, but this will not be. And believe me, I'm surprised that I'm saying this myself. This is not the place where we're gonna want to attack Faraday. A, too public.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I was
B,
not thinking about.
if that guy's running security, he'll mop the floor with me.
Did Samuki tell us what he read on Luke's desk?
We'll say yes.
Okay. I mean, for all we know, Faraday is holding an item we need, and he's really into magic. We don't really have any other information about any good or evil deeds he's done. We just really want whatever piece of the inevitable he has. Maybe we'll find out that he's a terrible person somehow. But also, maybe he's not.
I mean, he sent one of our former travel companions to prison to die,
Oh, he
presumably
did. You're
because
right.
he read the wrong scroll.
That's true. I forgot about that. But also, that guy was kind of. I don't know if that guy was super trustworthy.
Yeah, I didn't believe him when he said he did it on accident. I feel like he did it
How do
on
you
purpose.
accidentally read the skull?
Right, it's like, oh, I'm transcribing and my hand just won't stop. But,
Yeah, he's kind of reckless, you know? I mean, reckless is fine, and I look over at Barry, but he was just kind of like, I don't know. Reckless with magic is different.
we I have a list of people I need to start casting sendings to. I think maybe Kazik might be on that list.
Can I crack open this invitation?
Yeah.
Hey guys, how you going? I will talk to you guys later.
Okay.
Alright.
So yeah,
Talk to you
Yeah.
later, Eddie.
Diggings.
Bye.
I just want to know when this is happening, when the charade will.
Yeah. How long are we in Karsus?
Tomorrow? Did you say tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
good.
Yikes.
I don't have any formal attire, but I
There
do
you
have
go.
the.
You do have a ton of money.
You have a toupee.
I have the toupee of disguise.
Cass, I think I'm going to need your help on getting a gown.
Ooh.
Oh, of course.
It's
I
a
mean,
Shopping
it's a
trip.
ball.
you know what? We can do this the fun and slow way, or we can just let your imagination take you where it takes you, and then we can work from there. Um, what size are you?
Whoa.
I'm like height or
Yeah,
I'm
he's
short and small.
he's like he's not full on measuring, but he's like taking dimensions from a distance respectfully.
Is there a way to have it inspired by Valendri's formal attire as well? I don't know. Is that asking too much?
I feel like you need to go in there with a bang, right? You're seeing your
I
sister
mean,
again.
that's honestly the main reason I want to go in there with the bang. It's because I for some reason assume that Elowen thinks that I have been slumming it in the dirt. Well, I have gone to prison.
Yeah.
So she's not wrong, but I kind of want to pretend like that's not what happened.
But you are speaking my language now.
Okay.
All right, should we? Yeah, let's workshop this at Autoluke's place.
Okay.
We each got 1,000 gold, right?
Um, I think so, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
Or I mean, technically we have, what, 100 platinum each? Platinum is 10 per 10 gold?
I thought platinum was 100 gold.
100 gold?
One
Or,
platinum is 10 gold.
or,
Yeah.
Sorry.
So we each have 100 platinum?
So you guys have 1,000 platinum total.
a, thou, 1,000, oh, total.
Total.
So we each have 2.
So we got 10,000 gold?
Wait, so we got
When you
10,000?
count it out, it is 10,000 gold.
So
Holy
we
shit.
each 200 platinum.
So divided by 5, yeah, 200 platinum.
200 platinum.
I am so excited to not be poor again. That moment, that one day of being poor was so sad.
Wow.
So you all head back to Autoluke's?
Yeah.
Yep.
Straight rolling in cash.
Flush. But also sad because I keep getting high and having sad memories.
We're hella dipped now. Sauce flush.
So
The,
as you
the
head
money
back to
doesn't take away the glimmer of sadness in our eyes, but it's there.
As you head back to the apartment, you try to use your key on the door, and you notice the door is unlocked.
Oh no.
We didn't lock it on our way out. Okay. Go in.
Can I ready in action?
Yeah, you can. What are you ready?
If there is an individual in there who becomes hostile to us, I would like to cast Psychic Glance.
Okay.
What?
So
I don't know what the fuck that
by
does.
doing this, you are casting the spell.
Yes, I forgot. Yep.
Okay. So you cast the spell. As the door opens, you notice a sort of pale-looking elven woman, very sharp features. Her hair is very complicated. She's got like a double braid situation with like 2 braids coming down here. She's wearing all purple, and her dress is immaculate. As you enter, she looks annoyed. This is not... You do not recognize this person.
Excuse me. I know this is in our house, but it's certainly not yours.
Late. Come in. And she looks at you as you're readying a spell. She says, put that away. Step inside. We have a lot of work to do.
Who are you?
My name is Vana. I have been dispatched by the prince to ensure that you are ready for the ball, as I presume you are accepting his invitation.
Yes, we all.
Yeah.
So, first off, do not sigh. When you speak, speak decisively and clear.
Okay.
Are you gonna be designing the dresses?
The outfits have already been designed. It's a matter of fitting and making a selection. And with that, she kind of points to the side, and she's got like an entire... It's weird. There's this like closet that is open, and you just see that there's almost like a dry cleaning rack of like something like this metal pole coming out of it and connecting into the ground, where there's like endless outfits.
So, do you work with the prince directly?
I am his designer. Yes, you can call me Vana, but for the next hour, for all intents and purposes, I am God.
Alright, Vana, I like you now.
Is that understood?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
Svana.
Very well. And you, as my tiny little worshippers, are here to make me happy. And what makes me happy is looking great.
Oh, do you have anything in like a cobalt blue?
The color for the event, it actually is cobalt blue. But I'm frustrated because I feel like you would have been unhappy if it were a different color, and I wanted to see what would happen if it were a different color. In this case, you got lucky. I don't care if you like blue or not. That's what the color is.
Okay.
I like blue as well, but sorry, that doesn't matter. Sorry.
I've been disappointed, but I wouldn't have like attacked you or anything.
We need to move on because we're already 10 minutes behind schedule.
Oh, there's a
I've
schedule?
I've got
I
my
thought it
clothes
Start
off.
taking my armor off.
Yeah, I've dropped my
Yeah.
shift weave. I mean, I guess I still have my armor on.
Firstly, no armor and no illusions. Many of the purveyors have witch sight, and you will just look foolish. No one likes an illusion, okay? If there's any magical item on you, it must have purpose. It must have pizzazz. It must have a reason for being on your person. It must tell us something about who you are to your essence. You, young lady, what is your name?
Sandara.
Tell me in one word, don't think, what is your essence?
Magic.
No.
I don't know. You told me not to think.
No.
Try again. What is your essence?
Can you come back to me?
Something more primal. Tell me, what is it?
Clock?
Clock, that's barely a word.
I'm really
Clock.
trying here. You're
it
scaring
time?
me.
Is it
Yes.
time?
Yes.
Time is a
Oh,
theme
wait.
I can work with.
Can I just give me 2 seconds? You're very scary. Order.
Order. Make a persuasion check.
This is so stressful. Holy shit, another natural 20 on persuasion.
Hey.
29.
God damn.
You watch as she stops in her tracks. And she looks like she's going to keep laying into you, but she just kind of like keeps pointing her finger, but she just kind of like trails off and goes, order. Huh. Suppose at the end of the day that's what fashion is carving order out of chaos. That is your theme. Excellent work. We've made a breakthrough. Stand up to the side. You, what is your essence?
Which one of us?
She's pointing at Cass.
You know, I'm kind of disappointed. But maybe. Sandara. I was going to say instability or chaos.
You
before you said order.
Perfect. Say less. Stand over there. You.
I thought you were going to say change.
Yeah, chaos.
Strength.
Say again?
Strength.
Strength. Power. Give me a persuasion check.
Come on, persuasion. My greatest skill.
The DC's not high. That's a decent answer for you.
Is the DC 12?
Oh.
It is. The DC was 9.
Oh.
With that, she just says, yes. Yes. Perfect.
If I could just get like a touch of green or something. I mean, I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but like a nice forest green or like a little gold filigree. Personal colors. Sorry.
You are absolutely right. You don't want to tell me how to do my job.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
So, and with that, Vana is going to work with you over the next few hours. He's going to see all of you pretty much in the nude. She's going to be very rough, and like she's just going to move you around to where you need to be. You're going to be like stepping on your marks. She is going to So, Sundara, you are going to get a dress that is enchanted. Um,
Good
um,
enchantment or bad?
so it basically is going to look a like it's almost like made of like this magical twine that just like wraps around you and around you and around you and around you and then forms like these frills up at your neck and then has got like literally like these like bodies orbiting around you.
Sounds complicated.
What the hell?
It's basically like a permanent like dancing light enchantment where it's literally casting light off of your figure that's like casting shadows but also eclipsing with other dancing lights and kind of this like perpetually moving like celestial body through time. Um so Cass, she does work some green filigree into your robe. She is working with shiftweave, so you watch as she's literally just like muttering, and there's like cloth that's just like constantly punching you and like moving, and it's just like forming. While it's almost like you feel like your body is literally in the way.
Okay.
Like and that's how she treats you is like your clothing is trying to become something more and you're just in the way of it and it has to work around you. You're like an obstacle for art to happen.
If at all possible, I will be shifting my own form to try to fit.
Now, yeah, as you do, she stops and just says, "You might be the best model I've ever worked with. Can I have
Oh
this
my
move here?"
god.
And you watch it. She is trying to like literally. She's trying to like thin your waist and like make your chest like way bigger to create
Yep.
almost like a venture bro kind of like.
I'm Brock.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's like you're still like thin, but it's just you've got a little bit more like cartoonish proportions for the purpose of the. So you've got kind of like this two-face like suit jacket, where like one half of it is green, and there's almost like frills and leaves, and like it's not leaves or vines, but it looks like it. Like there's frills that kind of match that kind of chaotic um, like wild nature, and then right in the middle it turns into just straight blue clean cut angles, like no like everything's angled, no round edges, and it's in like a suit that does not fold, so like that side your movement is almost like robotic because like
Okay.
the cloth will not budge. It's got like a literal skeleton inside of it so that it's like you're limited to specific movements.
Can I like
And
position
no
my
matter
arm?
what's
Locking.
crazy is no matter how you move, the shift weave like a Chinese finger trap just kind of like pushes into itself. It does not crease no matter what you do.
I've got anime clothes on.
Pretty much. Um, Varric.
Yes.
You are basically in a perfect like blue slacks, blue belt, or sorry, black belt, blue like dress shirt that is just like exceedingly tight, almost like it's painted on, with the sleeves ever so slightly rolled up towards the end. And you see that she just says, "Oh, these tattoos work. These tattoos work. I want us to get this. I want us to feel like you are a dock worker that just stepped out after doing labor." And
So exotic.
exactly, yeah, that's how she sounded. Um, um, and then you're wearing like a suit vest over that.
Do we get a tie?
Yours is like a little bit. She specifically, as you like go to like do this tie, she's like, "No, leave it. Perfect. You've got like an undone tie."
Okay.
I'm just eye candy at this point for these rich people.
What you're doing right now is you're making a statement as to who you are right now. You said that you're the essence of strength. Are you the essence of strength, or are you the essence of complaining and wondering about what rich people think? Which is it? Because I'm not sure.
Essence of strength. You're right.
Yeah, I am. I am right. Okay, don't waste time telling me things I already know. All right, who's next? And with that, she's going to move on to Alara and Samugi.
Um,
I don't know about you two, but I feel fan-fucking-tastic.
I mean, I'm a little worried. Seems like, I don't know, a lot. Does this seem like excessive with the lights?
I try to
It's
like
just,
pass my hand through them. Do they interact?
Through what now?
Sendar's floating dress parts.
It is almost like a there is some kind of matter and some kind of energy.
Okay.
Like you can push your hand through it, but it's almost like a floating like plasma or something, where it's almost imperceptible. But there's something solid there, something physical.
Maybe just take wide turns.
wide turns? Okay. And I mean, is this like, does this look good? Is this what people wear to balls? I've never been to one. It just seems like, it's just a lot. I'm not used to that.
If you are too modest, you will stand out.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And are we supposed to act any certain way, like,
Yes.
oh, okay. Are you gonna tell us how? Or do we just
Listen,
wing
this
it?
is all about pomp and presentation and how people see you. It doesn't
Okay.
be terrified if you want, be self-conscious, but
No.
don't show it. Walk in there, chest held high. You've got this ridiculous dress on. Yeah, you're saying, yes, everybody look at me. I'm stronger or as strong as you. It's all you play the game, you know? It's
Mm.
it is too much, but that's
Okay.
perfect.
That's the point.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
Yeah, I
anything,
can
I
do
think
that.
me and Varric are a little reserved, but
Listen to your
it's
friend.
perfect.
There's nothing that he could have said better than that. And I'm sorry, you had an issue with your garments?
Nope, nope. This is wonderful. I mean, some floating things would, you know, you know what? I got it. I make my tattoo look like an extension of my garment that just like crawls up half my face. Uh, Perfect. If you wouldn't mind the slight modification.
You know,
I can make it go away.
everything in that outfit is there for a reason. And everything that's not there is also not there for a reason.
Tattoo slowly shrinking back down the face.
Good boy. If there's nothing else, I
Um,
was here as a courtesy from Lord Faraday, such that his invitation didn't turn into you embarrassing yourselves. He wants to make sure that you have a good time. So I'm here to facilitate that. And as far as I'm concerned, I have done my job. Now, are there any questions?
I just one other question. You mentioned that every magic item on our person has to be there for a reason. The
Yes.
stuff
Are
we
you
have,
planning on adding any magic items to this
no,
this presentation?
no, just what I already have
Because
on.
if we are, then I would declare them to me now, or
Oh,
Oh yeah,
I
I
don't.
don't take this ring of water walking off.
you have a ring of water walking.
Yes, it's saved my life quite a few times.
That that won't do.
I thought we were going for dark water.
Well, nothing about a ring of water walking screams strength. You know, that's like
I mean, I've killed people on the water.
sure, but no one's talking to you about any of this. They're just detecting what magical objects are there.
Why not?
And I can tell you this, the the most the ones that truly have power don't bring anything with them at all because they don't need it unless it's making a statement. So walking into a ball with a ring of water walking tells us. I mean, I can't even make an analogy for how silly that is. I would describe to someone else that's like going to a ball with a ring of water walking.
I don't know what an analogy is, but it sounds pretty mean.
Listen, I've already given you the tools you need to succeed. The choice is yours. If you'd like, I can tell you what will and won't raise eyebrows. That's all. So if you have any artifacts or something with a wow factor, I would discuss amongst yourselves who should carry it. Other than that, if it's simple or mundane, leave it at home. If it's not interesting, don't bring it.
Okay.
Understood.
Does that so like above the table question? Like our talismans? Do we get to keep those on?
You can, but these are little charms and trinkets. Like, I mean, you're what? You're going to walk into a bar with like a conch shell? Why? It's so tacky. Or like I
Should
have
be
got
safe.
like some chicken bones or no. Absolutely not.
What about a demon's tooth?
For I could see you making that work. Maybe wear it around here if you want a little choker, I can make that happen.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. She reaches into the thing and she'll get a little choker that you can hold a charm on. You can put a demon's tooth on that.
Nice.
Don't think I've
What
ever seen a
about this
Goliath
Getting
in
a
a
little
black.
bit like Varric's thing is getting a little BDSM.
Yeah, he's like
It's
a. He's a rent-a-service.
Yeah.
I pull out the harmonic resonator.
Oh why? Oh Lord, why?
So we've been carrying this around.
Oh my god. So
And it
I-
does make a statement. It's very fancy. but-
I don't even know what this is, but I love it. Step back. Straighten your back.
Yep, I'm sorry.
Look over there. Other side. No. Back over there. Back over there.
Yeah,
Other side.
Of course, Mama.
Can I see you hold it? I'm handing it to Cass.
Wait, what? Me?
Can I
Yes.
see you hold it?
Oh, yes. I grab it and just.
Give it back to the lady.
Smile.
Hand it back.
I mean,
We don't have to bring it. I just thought it's like one of the fanciest things that we own.
would you mind terribly if I made a strap for it?
No, that sounds. Yeah, make a strap.
Very good. In about 5 minutes, you watch as she's furiously like knitting together something she's pulled out, and she'll make a strap for it where you can like wear it across your back. Put it back on him.
I put it on Cass.
I put it on. I give a little twirl.
Yes. That'll do. I'm not even going to identify it. That will do. Anything else?
No, I think that's
I think that's it.
You have nothing else interesting.
Oh, interesting. You want interesting things. We're supposed to pull out our interesting things. Everybody grab the interesting things.
Darling, this is show and tell. This is center stage. This is your... I want you to imagine this is your one and only chance.
2,
Okay?
4.
For
In general?
legacy. For legacy. For
Oh my
life. For life. Okay?
Oh my god. Okay.
Behind you is death and decay, and ahead of you is life. Okay? That's how I want you to view this party. Okay? So reframe our mindset, and go. What are we bringing? For life.
I just start pulling out things out of the back of holding. Just like dumping things on the thing. I'm just like scared and excited, and I'm like throwing all of our stuff out.
No, trash, gross. That has brains on it. No, no, no. When you hit the what is it called? The dubious apparatus.
Oh yeah.
She'll just go, "What is this?"
It's a magic. I can cast cool magic with it.
Don't tell me what it does.
You,
Oh, send it
Don't
flying.
I,
don't don't tell me what it does. I want you to tell me what it is.
uh, it is magic experiments, fancy, cool. It floats.
Innovation. I whisper.
Polygons.
There you go. Floats, polygons. That's all I need. Put it on.
Put it
Activate it. Make it do its thing.
I cast sorcery burst or whatever. um, sorcerer's burst, I guess.
Okay. Which element are you doing?
Trying to see which one matches my outfit the most. Cold.
Cold. Okay. Okay. So you just cast like a this like burst of cold energy, and just goes ice, crystals, polygons, geometry. It works. It works. Very good. Is there anything else to declare? And we've taken the ring off.
Yes.
Okay.
I
So
was going to
when
go
you're
with
at the
that one
party,
first.
smile, but not too big. Laugh politely. Don't laugh if it's actually funny. Let's see. What else? Crash course. If anyone's talking to you more than 5 minutes, is because they want something. Don't drink too much. In fact, barely drink at all. But don't be caught without a drink in your hand. Do we all understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And she goes over to you, Sandara, gives you like a like she doesn't kiss your cheeks, but she does like the thing where she kisses in the air next to your cheeks. She does the same thing to everyone here. And as she like swings her cloak around her like one of her shoulders, she just kind of like walks out and turns around and gives one last look, and then she just goes a satisfied nod, and you watch as that cabinet just collapses and pops up on wheels and begins following her out as she leaves.
Cool.
That's the coolest
Okay.
thing that happened to us. Oh, can
Wow.
you put this
I'm
ring
so
in the bag
torn.
of holding?
Yeah. I'll start moving stuff over.
This city
But-
is fantastic.
Eric.
I didn't. I like spin around to like look at my back. This is what was on Beaumont, right?
Yeah.
I
And I
was-
mean,
I was gonna say to like specifically hide it.
see, here's what I was thinking, Cass. I'll let you know what my thought process was. I was thinking that we show up with evidence that we aren't, minuscule little nothings.
Yes. You know what?
And I wasn't thinking it through. And then she just ran with it, and I couldn't stop her because she was very intimidating.
No, you know what? I just showed some of that cowardice that I was talking about, shoving deep down. All your emotions,
true.
push them down.
Yeah.
It's healthy.
We should walk in there like we own the place.
Well, you don't want to.
That's what you said.
You want to have a little bit of respect, but yeah.
Okay.
Don't be
Walk
scared.
in like we are
Like we belong
impressed.
there.
And belong there.
Yeah.
Do you guys bow or curtsy? Is there anything I need to know about like mechanical movements? Is there
What do you mean?
like
Politely bow.
I've never been to. I don't know. what
I
the
mean, it's.
proper handshakes.
I feel like it's more of a formality when dances start as part of like the ritual of it, but just a very light acknowledgement is usually, at least in Brightwater. I suppose I
Okay.
don't know the exact politics of here.
Okay.
Polite bow,
I'm just gonna.
polite curtsy.
I want to spend the whole night just picking Cass's brain on how to act.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I will do role-playing exercises with Varric and Sundara on how to
I will not
properly be at a
participate.
ball. Okay, well,
Very
I'm talking to you whether or not you're listening. If you're there.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm in the room.
All right.
We're all in the room.
Very good. Okay. Well, with that, I think we will put a pin in it there and pick up next time.
What's going on?
Oh
What?
my goodness.
How did we get here?
Charity ball!
How did we get here?
I'm so
This is
Oh,
excited!
I'm pretty
how I
excited.
expected this